Chapter 2492. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the expression of the patriarch of the dragons changed drastically. If he had heard Duan Lingtian's words before the appearance of the woman next to Duan Lingtian, he would not have believed Duan Lingtian's words. In fact, he might have even mocked Duan Lingtian. However, now that he knew the woman next to Duan Lingtian was most likely a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, he was certain Duan Lingtian was telling the truth. "Sir, I don't know you, and there's no enmity between us. I hope you won't interfere in the matter between me and Duan Lingtian," the patriarch of the dragons said politely as he looked at Kerr, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. However, Kerr ignored the patriarch of the dragons again. Upon seeing this, the patriarch of the dragons' expression darkened slightly. However, he did not lose his temper. After all, he knew the woman was not weak at all. Apart from being a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, she also possessed a movement celestial supreme treasure that could raise her speed to the level of a golden celestial in the Devata realms. This, based on Lord Patriarch's words, it seems like this woman is a threat to him. It seems like Lord Patriarch is wary of this woman joining forces with Duan Lingtian. This woman is most likely a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial as well. Otherwise, Lord Patriarch wouldn't be so wary of her. The members of the dragons could not help but whisper among themselves when they heard the patriarch's words to the woman next to Duan Lingtian. Initially, they were skeptical when they heard Duan Lingtian's words to test the sincerity of their patriarch. However, after seeing their patriarch's reaction, they began to suspect something. What Duan Lingtian said was most likely true. If Duan Lingtian and this woman can really kill the clan leader together, then once they make a move on us dragons, we dragons will definitely be annihilated. Today, if Duan Lingtian and this woman had joined forces to kill Lord Clan Leader and not attack us dragons, we would be thankful that Lord Clan Leader did not go back on his words. After obtaining the immortal supreme treasure, he still said that he would deal with the seven absolute sect. Indeed, many of the dragons whispered to each other again and brought up this matter. Some people were already secretly rejoicing in their hearts, although they didn't know if Duan Lingtian and the woman beside him could kill the clan leader of the dragons. However, at the very least, when the clan leader of the dragons was tested by Duan Lingtian, he did not leave any hidden danger for them to annihilate their clan. At this moment, even the two grand supreme elders of the dragons could not help but rejoice in their hearts. "Clan leader of the dragons, do you know, who is she to me?" When Duan Lingtian heard the words of the clan leader of the dragons to Kerr, he could not help but look at the clan leader of the dragons with narrowed eyes. When the clan leader of the dragons heard Duan Lingtian's words, he finally noticed that the woman whom he feared the most. When Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian, her expression was as gentle as water. It was as though she was looking at her ideal husband. For a moment, the clan leader of the dragons' expression changed. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. She's my wife. At this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke again, revealing his relationship with Ku, who was standing next to him. The members of the dragon clan shifted their gazes back and forth between Duan Lingtian and Ku, before Duan Lingtian spoke again. Boom! Duan Lingtian's words were like a bolt from the blue to the members of the dragon clan, including the patriarch of the dragon clan. They were stunned for a long time before they regained their senses. Duan Lingtian said, "Duan Lingtian, you're right." The beautiful woman next to him, who seemed to be a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, was his wife. Just as the group of dragon clan members were still in a daze, and before they could recover from their shock, a voice rang out. Whoosh! Kerr, who was originally standing next to Duan Lingtian, moved to the space between Duan Lingtian and the clan leader of the dragons in just a blink of an eye. She stood between Duan Lingtian and the clan leader of the dragons. Currently, she was staring coldly at the clan leader of the dragons. Moreover, she lifted her right hand slightly at this moment. Her jade-like, slender hand slowly stretched out from under her sleeve. In an instant, her beautiful and alluring hand was clearly reflected in the eyes of everyone present. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Kerr raised her hand, the sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air, causing the space around her to tremble. The surrounding space shook violently and countless ferocious and terrifying spatial cracks appeared. They were densely packed together. Kerr, who was standing in the middle of the cracks, remained motionless. She was not affected at all. No, the clan leader of the dragons, who had just regained his senses, seemed to have sensed something, and his expression changed drastically. His originally dignified face also flushed red at this moment, and he was so anxious that his eyeballs were darting around. However, his body remained motionless as though he was a statue. Naturally, it was not because he did not want to move. It was because he discovered he could not move at all. It was as though his body was filled with lead. At this moment, the clan leader of the dragons felt his huge body was bound by an invisible force. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move at all. He could only watch helplessly as the woman not far away stretched out her right hand and slowly clenched it together. At this moment, the peerlessly beautiful woman in front of him was like the god of death in his eyes. She brought him endless fear. Although he had reverted to his true form, the 8-clawed golden dragon, he still could not break free from the invisible force that bound him. Why, you're a celestial from a Devata realm. Soon after, the clan leader of the dragon's eyes widened as though he had just recalled something. Then he opened his mouth and shouted, completely losing his dignity as the clan leader of the dragons. It was to the extent that his body, which was more than 10,000 meters long, was like a bag of skin that was pleasing to the eye but useless to the eye. A celestial. Upon hearing the clan leader of the dragon's words and sensing the fear in his voice, the dragons present on the scene could not help but tremble in fear. When they looked at Kerr again, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Their clan leader of the dragons, who had reverted to his true form, was in such a passive position in front of a terrifyingly young woman. A celestial? Lord Clan Leader said she's a celestial? Isn't a celestial from a Devata realm? Why would she be here? Just as the group of people from the Dragon Clan heard the Dragon Clan's clan leaders yelling, they were confused and puzzled. Ku extended her right hand and clenched it into a fist. Boom, 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 boom. An earth-shattering boom suddenly rang out in the space around the dragon patriarch's body, causing the entire area to tremble violently. The entire dragon clan's territory quaked and swayed. Following that, under everyone's watchful eyes, a huge palm appeared around the clan leader of the dragons. The palm was extremely slender. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it was similar to the clan leader of the dragons. The shape of this palm was almost exactly the same as Ku'ur's palm, but the difference in size was like heaven and earth. The palm that appeared out of thin air around the clan leader of the dragons was tens of thousands of meters long. As soon as it appeared, it covered the sky. The people from the dragons were so shocked that they could not regain their senses for a long time. Even Duan Lingtian was shocked by this scene. What is Kerr doing? Also, what form this palm seems to be, that rift in space? At the same time, the sharp-eyed Duan Lingtian noticed something else. The palm that appeared around the dragon's patriarch's huge body was tens of thousands of meters long. It was completely formed by the void cracks. The moment the hand appeared, it began to close again, causing half of the sky to seem to have paused. No. Following that, Duan Lingtian heard the heart-wrenching roar of the dragon's clan leader. But before that he had already seen. When the palm, which was completely formed by the cracks in the void, closed into a fist, it had already squeezed the dragon's clan leader's huge body in its hand and crushed it to death. In that instant, the aura of the dragon clan's clan chief vanished like smoke. The clan leader of the dragon clan had fallen, just like that, his body and Tao vanishing. In front of the slender palm that was tens of thousands of meters long, the body of the dragon's clan leader, an 8-clawed golden dragon that was more than 10,000 meters long, was like a slightly larger earthworm. The palm easily crushed it to death. Now, it was not just Duan Lingtian. Even the people of the dragons present only heard the roar of the dragon's clan leader before it died after seeing the dragon's clan leader being crushed to death. And the reason why this happened was because the speed of light was much faster than the speed of sound. Silence. The scene was dead silent. No one made a sound for a long time. Even Duan Lingtian was completely stunned at this moment. Although he knew that Kerr had the ability to easily kill the dragon's clan leader, he did not expect that Kerr would use such a method to crush the body of the dragon's clan leader that was more than 10,000 meters long. This is too exaggerated. The two supreme elders of the dragon tribe secretly inhaled a breath of cold air. After recovering from their shock, they looked at each other and saw the incomparable horror in each other's eyes for a moment. Chapter 2493. After the two supreme elders regained their senses, the members of the dragon clan began to regain their senses as well. Gasp! 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 After they regained their senses, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this moment, they witnessed the scene with their own eyes. After being crushed to death by the gigantic hand, the dragon clan leader's body, which was more than 10,000 meters long, disappeared along with the hand. They knew very well that not only had their patriarch been killed, but there was not even a trace of him left behind in this world. The scene before them caused them to suck in a breath of cold air, and at the same time, it also caused them to tremble in fear. Their patriarch was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. His strength was even stronger than ordinary 9-tribulation bodiless celestials. Even so, the leader of the dragon clan was still dead. He was killed by a terrifyingly young woman. Is she really a celestial from a Devata realm, as Lord Patriarch said? One of the supreme elders from the dragon clan looked at the beautiful figure hovering in the air with a hint of fear on his face. Apart from a celestial from a Devata realm, who else in the mundane realm can kill our patriarch so easily? The other supreme elder of the dragon clan could not help but smile bitterly when he heard the words of the supreme elder of the dragon clan. From the beginning until the end, she didn't even use any celestial supreme treasures. She just casually crushed the clan leader with her bare hands. She had crushed his patriarch to death. If the two supreme elders from the dragon clan did not see it with their own eyes, they would never have imagined that their patriarch would be able to kill their patriarch. The clan leader of the dragon clan, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, was killed by someone with just a wave of his hand. How could a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial be killed so easily in the mundane realm? Who would believe this if they heard about it? However, now that the truth was laid out before their eyes, they had no choice but to believe it. Is she really Duan Lingtian's wife? Duan Lingtian's wife is so powerful that she defies the natural order? His wife is a celestial from a Devata realm? In that case, the reason why he is so strong is most likely because of his wife. Isn't that obvious? When the gazes of the dragon clan members landed on Kaer once again, their eyes were filled with fear and dread. When they recalled the words of the dragon's patriarch before his death, they unanimously agreed. Duan Lingtian's wife was a celestial from a Devata realm. Moreover, he was a powerful immortal who was even stronger than a 9-tribulation loose immortal and could easily kill a 9-tribulation loose immortal. At the same time, they also guessed. The reason Duan Lingtian was so strong was most likely not only because of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, but also because of his wife. Kerr merely raised her hand and made a grabbing motion in the air, killing the patriarch of the dragons, patriarch, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he only regained his senses after a long time. However, Ku, who was directly involved in this matter, had a calm expression on her face. It was as though killing a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was nothing to her. Brother Tian, soon after, Kuer's calm gaze swept across the group of people from the dragon tribe. All the members of the dragon clan who were targeted by Kuer changed their expressions as they trembled in fear. Didn't Duan Lingtian say he won't kill the dragons? According to Duan Lingtian's words, as long as our patriarch doesn't go back on his word, he won't kill the dragons. He won't go back on his word, right? Duan Lingtian won't take advantage of this opportunity to kill the dragons, right? At this moment, the dragon's patriarch, including the 2 supreme dragons, were in a state of panic. They were afraid Duan Lingtian and his wife would kill the dragon's patriarch. Not to mention Duan Lingtian and his wife attacking together. Even if it was just Duan Lingtian's wife, it would be easy for her to kill the dragons. After all, after the death of their patriarch, the strongest people among the dragon's patriarch were the 2 supreme elders and 2 7-tribulation bodiless celestials. It would be easier for a person who could kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial to kill the dragons than to kill an ant. At this moment, the dragon's patriarch looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. They were worried that Duan Lingtian would go back on his word. They could see that Duan Lingtian's wife was not an ordinary person. It was obvious Duan Lingtian's wife obeyed Duan Lingtian's orders. If Duan Lingtian said he wanted to annihilate the dragon clan, she would not show any mercy. If I can have a wife like her, I'll be content even if I can only live for a year or so. What ability does Duan Lingtian possess to be able to find such a wife? A celestial wife. Duan Lingtian found a real celestial wife. While the dragon's patriarch were worried that Duan Lingtian would go back on his word, most of the male dragons could not help but envy Duan Lingtian for having such a powerful and obedient wife. They felt that Duan Lingtian's luck was heaven-defying. Ignore them. They won't be able to cause any trouble. Upon hearing Ker's words, Duan Lingtian naturally knew Ker was asking him if he wanted to kill the dragon's patriarch. Let's go back. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he and his wife disappeared from the sight of the dragon's patriarch. In just a blink of an eye, they had left the dragon's patriarch's residence and the 100,000 mountains. Only the group of dragon clan members were left standing there in a daze, unable to come to their senses for a long time. When they came back to their senses, they let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Most of them realized that the clothes on their backs had been soaked in cold sweat at some point in time. Duan Lingtian is too terrifying. His wife is even more terrifying. With Duan Lingtian and his wife around, no one will dare to say a word about the 7 absolute sect in our mundane realm. When the members of the dragon's patriarch thought about how powerful Duan Lingtian and his wife were, they shuddered in fear. No wonder Duan Lingtian said he could kill the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial and drive the devil clans back to the land of exile, even without joining forces with Lord Patriarch. As it turns out, he's really capable of doing so. He doesn't even have to do it himself. His wife only has to do it, and the devil clans will have no choice but to return to the land of exile. After witnessing the strength of Duan Lingtian's wife, the members of the dragon's patriarch realized something. The good days of the devil clans had come to an end. The 7 absolute sect is going to rise to prominence. Many of the members of the dragon's patriarch said enviously. Duan Lingtian was the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect. Naturally, his wife was considered a member of the 7 absolute sect as well. If Duan Lingtian and his wife managed to drive the devil clans back to the land of exile and annihilate the devil clans, they would become the saviors of the Saint Province realm and would be revered by the people in the Saint Province realm. At the same time, the 7 absolute sect would rise in status and become a transcendent force in the Saint Province realm. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the members of the dragon's patriarch's thoughts. Currently, he was making his way to the northern region with Kuer. They were preparing to return to the nameless, snow-capped mountain where the Seven Absolute Sect's temporary estate was located. Kerr, it seems like your strength has improved again. On the way, Duan Lingtian looked at Ko'er and couldn't help but ask. Yes. Kerr nodded slightly. I've improved a little during this time. Upon hearing Kerr's confirmation, Duan Lingtian realized he was right. The method Kerr used to kill the patriarch of the dragon's patriarch was much stronger than the method she used to kill the 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the beyond heaven's secret zone. Are there any side effects? Duan Lingtian asked with a solemn expression on his face. What he was most worried about was this. While Ko'er was improving her strength, there would be some kind of sequela left on her body. The loss outweighed the gain. No. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words of concern, Ko'er lightly shook her head and smiled sweetly, as gentle as water. That's good. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. After we return, let's make a trip to the lower province of the Tao Marshal Saint Land to investigate the whereabouts of father and mother. After we find them, we'll make a move and send the devil clans back to where they came from. Duan Lingtian looked at Ko'er and spoke of the plan in his heart. I'll listen to you, Brother Tian. Kerr said with a smile. Duan Lingtian's face instantly bloomed into a brilliant smile as he extended his hand to gently stroke Ko'er's beautiful hair. His eyes were filled with tenderness. With a wife like this, what more could he ask for? With Duan Lingtian and Kerr's speed, it did not take long for them to return to the northern region and the Seven Absolutes Sect's temporary estate. Both of them returned to the nameless snowy peak and stayed there for a few days to prepare to head to the lower province of the Tao Marshal Saint Land. Brother Tian, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold will be fine, right? Before they set off, Kerr could not help but think about the 3 little fellows who were still in the beyond heaven's secret zone. She looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. When they were still in the beyond heaven's secret zone, Kerr had learned from her sister that the 3 little fellows had entered the beyond heaven's secret zone as well. However, even after some time had passed, the 3 little fellows were still nowhere to be seen. For this reason, she could not help but feel worried. Don't worry. Although Duan Lingtian was also worried about the safety of the 3 little fellows, he could not help but comfort his wife when he saw how worried she was. Didn't you hear them say that Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold's strength is much stronger than before? Chapter 2494. With their quick wits and their extraordinary cultivation base, I'm sure they'll be fine. Who knows? They might have already left the beyond heaven's secret zone by the time we return from the lower province. At that time, I'm afraid we'll have found father and mother in the lower province. Duan Lingtian patted his wife's back and comforted her with a smile on his face. Although Duan Lingtian comforted his wife, a hint of worry could be seen in the depths of his eyes. In fact, he was also worried about the safety of the 3 little fellows. Although the 3 little fellows were not weak, there were many powerhouses in the beyond heaven's secret zone. There were even many 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Although the 3 little fellows were comparable to ordinary bodiless celestials, it would be difficult for them to fight against those powerful bodiless celestials. Yes, Kerr did not know Duan Lingtian's words were insincere. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, she was no longer as worried as before. Duan Lingtian had achieved his goal. This time, Duan Lingtian and Kerr were the only ones returning to the lower province of the Tao Marshal Saint Land. Even Feng Tianwu was not tagging along. Feng Tianwu had been in closed-door cultivation recently. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not bring her along when they returned to the lower province. He was afraid it would affect her cultivation. When Duan Lingtian and Kerr were leaving the upper province of the Tao Marshal Saint Land, the dragon's residence in the 10,000 mountains of the eastern province was not peaceful. Although the 2 supreme elders of the dragons had ordered the members of the dragons present on the scene not to spread the news about what had happened a few days ago, the news was leaked. However, in the end, the matter was still leaked out, causing the entire dragon tribe to be shaken. It was as if an earth-shattering earthquake had occurred. Everyone in the dragons knew about Duan Lingtian's appearance in the dragon's residence that day. They also knew that Duan Lingtian was here. Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragons, had personally gone to meet Duan Lingtian. However, the people who didn't join in the fun didn't know what happened in the end now. As the news spread, everything that happened that day was completely revealed in front of every member of the dragon tribe. At the same time, it also shocked all the members of the dragon clan who didn't know about this before. Elder Di Huan was killed by Duan Lingtian. Heavens! Duan Lingtian is capable of killing Elder Di Huan? Elder Di Huan is a powerful 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial was easily killed by Duan Lingtian. His strength must be comparable to an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial, right? Duan Lingtian is just an eminent celestial, but he's so heaven-defying. How can such a monster appear in the mundane realm? When the news of Di Huan being killed by Duan Lingtian spread to the dragons were shocked. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. They did not expect Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, to be so powerful. No wonder Duan Lingtian dared to barge into the dragons and demanded that we hand over Elder Di Huan. As it turns out, he's so powerful. Although he's powerful, he's still arrogant when he threatened to annihilate the dragons if we don't hand over Elder Di Huan, right? This was the reaction of the members of the dragon clan who did not know what was going to happen later. Although they knew Duan Lingtian had killed Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragons, and his strength was not inferior to an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial, they did not think Duan Lingtian was strong enough to annihilate the dragons. After Elder Di Huan's death, Duan Lingtian was preparing to leave as well. At that critical moment, Lord Patriarch showed up. The eyes of the people from the dragons brightened when they learned that Lord Patriarch had shown up after Di Huan's death. Lord Patriarch is the strongest person in the dragons. He's at least an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. What happened after Lord Patriarch showed up? The people from the dragons who were unaware of what had happened were curious about what had happened. The truth from that day was gradually revealed before their eyes, and it caused all of them to be dumbstruck like wooden chickens and be constantly lost in thought. Lord Patriarch is a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial? Since Lord Patriarch is a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, wouldn't it be easy for him to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge Elder Di Huan? You're wrong. I was there at that time, and I thought so as well. However, the final outcome was beyond my expectations. Duan Lingtian's strength is not inferior to Lord Patriarch. Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, he even knows a technique to snatch celestial supreme treasures. Since they're evenly matched, what happened in the end? Since Lord Patriarch can't do anything to Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian can't do anything to Lord Patriarch as well, right? You're thinking too much. In the end, Duan Lingtian's wife showed up. Duan Lingtian's wife? What kind of storm can a woman stir up? What happened that day quickly spread throughout the entire dragon clan through the mouths of those who were present at the time, and it also introduced the dragon clan to a woman. She was Duan Lingtian's wife. Duan Lingtian's wife just casually raised her hand and killed Lord Patriarch, who had transformed into an 8-clawed golden dragon that was more than 10,000 meters long? Is this true? Why do I feel like I'm listening to the heavenly book? Lord Patriarch, that's a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. How could he be killed by a woman? Moreover, he didn't even have the strength to fight back when he was killed by a woman. When the dragons learned about Duan Lingtian's wife's terrifying strength, the people in the dragon city fell silent. Before Lord Patriarch died, he said Duan Lingtian's wife is a celestial from a Devata realm. I'm afraid only a celestial from a Devata realm would have such strength. After news of what happened a few days ago spread in the dragon city's estate, It quickly spread to the dragon's estate and the 100,000 mountains. The news spread like wildfire in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land at an extremely fast speed. The Patriarch of the Dragons is a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. The people in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land were shocked when they found out the Patriarch of the Dragons was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. After the initial shock, they were pleasantly surprised. We have a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial here. It's only a matter of time before we defeat the devil clans and send them back to the land of exile. Many people were filled with confidence when they found out there was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. It was as though they could already see the scene of the devil clans being chased back to the land of exile. However, the news that spread next caused them to be dumbfounded. The Patriarch of the Dragons is dead. Moreover, he was killed by someone. The people from the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land had just learned that they had a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial when they heard this news. For a moment, they were all scared silly and stunned. That's a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Who's capable of killing him? Moreover, he was killed by someone. As time passed, the people in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land quickly learned about the matter. While they were learning about the ins and outs of the matter, a statement was released from the Dragon Clan's encampment. From today onward, the dragons will no longer be enemies with the 7 Absolute Sect. As soon as the announcement was made, those who did not believe the news about the death of the Dragon Clan's clan leader had no choice but to believe that the rumors were not groundless. They were certain the news was true. Heavens, that 7 Absolute Sect is really amazing when they don't do anything. For the past few years, there was no news from the 7 Absolute Sect at all. I thought the members of the 7 Absolute Sect had turned into cowards. I didn't expect the 7 Absolute Sect to appear again after a few years and do such a shocking thing. Initially, I thought it was shocking enough that the current sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect, Duan Lingtian, is as strong as a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. I didn't expect his wife to be even more terrifying. She can kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial with just a wave of her hand. The current 7 Absolute Sect seems to be even more monstrous and heaven-defying compared to the 7 Absolute Sect from 100,000 years ago when Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was still alive. The 7 Absolute Sect is really heaven-defying. Not long after, the news of Duan Lingtian's arrival in the Dragon Clan and how his wife, Ku-er, casually killed the clan leader of the Dragon Clan spread in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. It shocked the entire upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. When the news spread to the snow-capped peak where the 7 Absolute Sect's temporary estate was located, Nangong and Nangong Wuk, who had not been in closed-door cultivation, were shocked. Her strength is so terrifying. Nangong and Nangong Wuk were shocked when they thought about the gentlewoman by Duan Lingtian's side. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. Duan Lingtian's wife actually possessed such a powerful, terrifying, and heaven-defying strength. Nangong Wuk and Nangong Wuk were shocked because of this. Ever since they had reunited with Duan Lingtian and the others in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, no one had told them about Duan Lingtian's wife, her strength. Therefore, when they found out about Ka-er's actions in the Dragon Clan's encampment, they were shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. There's actually someone among the humans who can kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial with just a wave of her hand. When the news spread in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land, it naturally reached the ears of the Devil Clans as well. The entire Devil Clans were shocked. Chapter 2495. The fact that the Devil Clans occupied half of the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land was enough to prove how powerful they were. There was no lack of bodiless celestials in the Devil Clans. When the Devil Clans invaded the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land, most of these bodiless celestials stayed in the land of exile and did not follow the Devil Clans to the Debussy, subterranean. Later on, when some bodiless celestials from the devil clans left the land of exile and entered the Debussii subterranean, more and more bodiless celestials followed them to the Debussii subterranean. Those bodiless celestials who belonged to forces also returned to their own forces. Compared to the bodiless celestials from the devil clans Duan Lingtian had encountered in the human devil saint city in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were just ordinary devils. Now that all the bodiless celestials from the devil clans had appeared, the bodiless celestials were in charge of the devil clans. Moreover, with the appearance of the bodiless celestials from the devil clans, the number of conflicts between the devil clans had decreased. Instead, the devil clans had joined forces to deal with the people from the Dao Martial Saint Land. For this reason, it was not an exaggeration to say that the devil clans were united. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the northern and southern regions that were occupied by the devil clans were not divided into territories like the devil clans in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Everywhere one went, one could see various devil clans. Moreover, these devil clans were living peacefully with each other. There's someone among the humans who can kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial with just a wave of his hand? The patriarch of the dragons was killed by the wife of Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect? When this news spread to the northern and southern regions of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the devil clans were shocked. Many of the demons were scared out of their wits. There's a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Saint Province realm. In the exiled realm, it takes a few eras for a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial to appear, but there's a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Saint Province realm now. The patriarch of the dragons is a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. When they heard that the leader of the dragons was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, many of them were shocked. They did not expect a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial to exist in this era. Moreover, the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial was in the Saint Province realm. Because of this, many of the demon clan members couldn't help but tremble in fear. However, they soon learned something else. In this era, the devil clans also had a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. According to the news from the dragons, the leader of the dragons said that unless Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, joined forces with a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan, it would be impossible to kill him. Based on your words, it's obvious the devil clans have 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in this era as well. I was wondering why the clan leader of the dragons didn't send us back to the exiled realm since he's a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. I didn't expect there's a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans as well. Based on the news from the dragons, the members of the devil clans realized that there was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the exiled realm. The members of the devil clans also had 9-tribulation bodiless celestials. They could not help but feel excited. However, it did not take long before they recalled something. It was as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. Although Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, is only an eminent celestial, his strength is comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. In other words, there are 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in the Saint Province realm. The members of the devil clans were shocked when they learned that Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, was as strong as a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. They did not expect the young sect leader of the 7 Absolutes sect to be so strong. After they had invaded the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, they had more or less heard about the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect. However, ever since they had invaded the upper province, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect had disappeared completely. Initially, they thought something must have happened to the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect. Who would have thought, after a few years, the sect leader of the 7 Absolutes sect had reappeared? Moreover, his strength was even stronger than before. Initially, Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, was only suspected to be a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, now his strength was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. It's said that a heaven-defying genius appeared in the Saint Province realm 100,000 years ago. He was only an eminent celestial, but he was strong enough to kill 8-tribulation bodiless celestials and fight against 9-tribulation bodiless celestials. That heaven-defying genius was known as the Sword Saint in the Saint Province realm. It's said that the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect at that time. The current sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, Duan Lingtian, is also his successor. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial when he was only an eminent celestial. That was why the devil clans knew about him. If he was just an ordinary 6-tribulation bodiless celestial, no one would pay any attention to him. The most terrifying thing is Duan Lingtian's wife, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect. If the news is true, his wife's strength is much stronger than a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Since she could kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial so easily, his wife's strength must be much stronger than a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Of course, that's only if the news is true. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. I don't believe there's such a person among the humans. I don't believe it as well. When the devil clans heard that Duan Lingtian's wife, Kerr, had easily killed the patriarch of the dragons, who was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, most of them refused to believe it. They thought it was fake news spread by the humans. As for the purpose of spreading fake news, it must be to intimidate the devil clans. If there's such a powerhouse among the humans, why didn't the devil clans chase us out of the Saint Province realm when we invaded the Upper Province? That's right. If there's such a powerhouse among the humans, why would they allow the devil clans to occupy half of the Upper Province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Humph! Foolish humans! Do they think we're so easily fooled? More and more devil clans began to think the news was fake. As time passed, some of the devil clans even began to think that the rumors were true. Even the news that Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, that the patriarch of the dragons was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, and that the patriarch of the dragons was killed by Duan Lingtian's wife was fake. This news, is it true or is it fake? In a city in the southern region, a young man flew up into the air with a shocked expression on his face. His strength is comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, his wife is capable of killing a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would have recognized this young man immediately. This young man was none other than Huang Qiling, a disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace whom he had met outside the human devil saint city in the lower province. He was also one of Duan Lingtian's only 2 friends in the Wandering Saint Palace, Sister Wenjing. Soon after, Huang Qiling arrived at a mansion and greeted the person inside respectfully. "Come in." A cold voice rang in the air and beckoned Huang Qiling to enter. Huang Qiling entered the mansion and came to the front yard. He looked at the back of a beautiful figure and asked softly, "Sister Wenjing, have you heard?" The person who had her back facing Huang Qiling was a woman. This was a woman in a robe whiter than snow. She stood there, her long hair like a waterfall. Although only her back was visible, she emitted waves of cold aura, as if she was 1,000 miles away from others. After hearing Huang Qiling's question, the woman's graceful figure trembled involuntarily. Then she nodded her head gently. At the same time, she slowly turned around, revealing a face that was out of this world. However, this peerlessly beautiful face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost at this moment, and the cold air was oppressive. This woman was one of Duan Lingtian's friends from the human devil clan after he returned to the lower province, after the devil clans invaded the lower province. She was the most beautiful woman in the human devil clan, Huang Wenjing. After the devil clans invaded the upper province, the human devil clan had followed them to the upper province. As members of the Wandering Saint Palace, One of the top forces in the Human Devil clan, Huang Wenjing and Huang Qiling, naturally had followed the Human Devil clan to the upper province. Due to this, the Wandering Saint Palace had a place to stay in the southern region of the upper province. Now that the bodiless celestials from the Devil clans had appeared, even the high-ranking officials of the Wandering Saint Palace and Yuan, how Chun paled in comparison to the bodiless celestials from the Devil clans, let alone the two of them. Sister Wenjing, do you think the news is true? Did he really have such powerful strength? What about his? Huang Qiling asked again. However, in the end, he remembered that the woman in front of him was interested in that man, so he didn't continue. Because he knew that if he continued to speak, he would touch a nerve of the woman before him. Is his wife really capable of killing a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial so easily? However, before Huang Qiling could finish a sentence, Huang Wenjing helped him finish a sentence. Huang Qiling smiled wryly and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Sister Wenjing. There's nothing to be sorry about. Huang Wenjing said indifferently, There's nothing between us. There's nothing between us in the past, there's nothing between us now, and there's nothing between us in the future. In the end, Huang Wenjing didn't say the word there's in the sentence there's. This was because a hint of hope could be seen in the depths of her eyes, even though she felt that Duan Lingtian was not a man. Chapter 2496. Some women, in the beginning, might have thought that they would never fall in love with a man in this lifetime. However, when they met a man who could move them, they would realize that they would never fall in love with a man. Their hearts would be completely taken over by that man. In this lifetime, their hearts would not be able to hold a second man. Huang Wenjing happened to be this kind of woman. When Duan Lingtian had killed Liao Naijiang, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial, the master of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, and left the Wandering Saint Palace, Huang Wenjing knew it was impossible for her and that man to end up together. But even so, she still couldn't forget that man all these years. He's so strong now. When she first arrived in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, she was shocked and proud when she heard that man's strength was comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, he was the man she had taken a liking to. The stronger he was, the better Huang Wenjing's judgment was. Is he all right? Did the dragons? Huang Wenjing thought to herself. It had been a few years since she came to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. She did not hear any news about that man at all. She was constantly worried about his safety. She was afraid he had been killed by the people from the Dragon Clan. After a few years, when the news of that man came again, she breathed a sigh of relief and became even more proud. That man's cultivation base was still at the level of an eminent celestial, but his strength was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. This proved that Huang Wenjing's strength was not bad. Huang Wenjing's taste was indeed extraordinary. I believe the news about him isn't baseless, Huang Wenjing replied. Faced with Huang Qiling's question, Huang Wenjing finally responded. As for the news about his wife, it shouldn't be fake. A hint of envy could be seen in the depths of her eyes when she spoke. She was not envious of that woman's strength. She was envious of that woman for being able to stay by his side. I think so too. Huang Qiling nodded in agreement. Although this news sounds a little exaggerated, I feel that these things are not exaggerated at all when it comes to him. Master, there's news. Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, had sworn on the lightning penalty oath to acknowledge Duan Lingtian as his master before Duan Lingtian left the Wandering Saint Palace. Now that he learned about Duan Lingtian, he could not help but smile wryly. Regardless of whether the news about Master is true or not, Master should have appeared. Master has already appeared, but I still have no clue about the matter that Master entrusted to me. How am I supposed to explain it to him? Before Duan Lingtian left the Wandering Saint Palace, he had ordered Yuan Haochen to search for his parents. Over the years, Yuan Haochen had tried his best to find her, but to no avail. Impossible. Impossible. That Duan Lingtian, it's impossible for him to be that strong. Fake news. It must be fake news. Somewhere in the northern region, Yang Zhenxing, the former patriarch of the human devil clan, had a grim expression on his face when he heard about Duan Lingtian and his wife. He shook his head, unwilling to believe the news. Back then, his master had been killed by Duan Lingtian in front of him. He had only managed to escape by using the fiery blood escape talisman. After escaping, he had returned to the exiled realm to look for the bodiless celestials of the human devil clan. However, although he had led the bodiless celestials of the human devil clan back to the wandering Saint Palace, he had failed to find them. Duan Lingtian had long since left, and his whereabouts were unknown after arriving in the upper province. Yang Zhenxing thought Duan Lingtian must have been killed by the dragon clan. Otherwise, he would not have suddenly disappeared without a trace. He was happy for a while because someone had helped him to avenge his master. However, he did not expect that, after a few years, there was news about Duan Lingtian again. Moreover, according to the rumors, Duan Lingtian's current strength was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. How could Yang Zhenxing believe this? In the northern region, a glacier that had not melted for 10,000 years was originally calm. However, all of a sudden, the tranquility of the glacier was broken. Whoosh! 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 The sound of wind whistling in the air broke the calm on the glacier. It was a few swift figures whizzing out from different directions at an extremely fast speed. Wherever they passed, a hideous and terrifying void crack appeared in the void. These figures were like space rippers. As long as they passed through the void, there was not a single place that was left intact. Whoosh! 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 A moment later, a total of 7 figures appeared in the sky above a corner of the glacier. They paused in the same space as if they had discussed this beforehand. "Gentlemen, have you heard about the news as well?" One of the black-clad, middle-aged men asked coldly as he looked at the other 6 people. It was not that he wanted to look cold, but he had always been like this. Usually he would have a stern expression on his face that made him seem unapproachable. Yes. Yes. The other 6 people nodded one after another when they heard the black-clad, middle-aged man's words. Bang! Not long after the 7 of them appeared in the sky above the glacier, a loud noise rang from the glacier beneath their feet. Following that, the glacier beneath their feet seemed to have suffered a heavy blow from the inside, and a series of hideous and terrifying cracks appeared on it. In the end, the cracks intertwined like a spider web on the glacier. Boom! When the spider web had expanded to a certain extent, another loud noise rang in the air. This time, the glacier where the spider web appeared was directly shattered by an extremely powerful force, turning into ice shards and fragments that filled the sky. They then fell down, falling into the ice water that appeared in the gap on the glacier. Is there a reason you're looking for me? The ice shards that filled the sky continued to fall into the ice water. As the water splashed, an indifferent voice rang out. His voice wasn't loud, but when it reached the ears of the 7 people, it caused their bodies to tremble. Master Wu Ji! Master Wu Ji! After the 7 of them were shocked, they quickly regained their senses and bowed respectfully to the old man who seemed to have appeared out of thin air not far away. If there were people who recognized these 7 people here, they would definitely be shocked to see them like this. After all, each of these 7 people was a powerhouse in the devil clans. All of them were 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. The 7 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans bowed respectfully at the old man. The old man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, since the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans were so respectful to him, it was obvious who he was. He was none other than the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. The patriarch of the dragons is dead? Are you sure? The expression of the old man, Wu Ji, who was addressed as Wu Ji by the group of 8 tribulation-bodiless celestial venerates from the devil clans, turned slightly gloomy when he heard the news that had spread like wildfire in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. He had learned that the patriarch of the dragons was a 9 tribulation-bodiless celestial not long after he arrived in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. He had even fought the patriarch of the dragons before. They were evenly matched, and neither of them could defeat the other. Now that he knew that the clan leader of the dragon tribe was dead, he immediately felt a strong sense of danger. Since that person was able to kill the patriarch of the dragons, it was only natural that the person would be able to kill him as well. After that, the dragons announced that they would no longer be enemies with the 7 Absolute sect. This news is most likely true. One of the 8 tribulation-bodiless celestials from the devil clan said, "I'm afraid this news isn't baseless." Another 8 tribulation-bodiless celestial from the devil clan said, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. At this moment, the 9 tribulation-bodiless celestial from the devil clans had learned about how his wife had easily killed the clan leader of the dragon clan, causing him to tremble in fear. "We can't find them at all. Don't tell me father, mother, and the others have followed the devil clans to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land?" After Duan Lingtian and Kerr returned to the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, they began a thorough search in the lower province in hopes of finding his parents, wife, and friends. However, 2 months had passed, and they were nowhere to be found. Duan Lingtian could not help but speculate. "Brother Tian, since we can't find them in the lower province, why don't we return to the upper province to look for them?" Kerr suggested when she heard Duan Lingtian's speculation. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he said gently to Kerr, "Kerr, thank you for your hard work. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to search the entire lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land in just 2 months. If it were not for the help of Kerr's powerful divine consciousness, he would not have been able to search the entire Debussy subterranean so quickly. Brother Tian, there's no need to say such things between us." Kerr shook her head gently. Her eyes were filled with infatuation as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to return to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land with Kerr, a voice suddenly rang out. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard a voice that seemed to come from all directions. Kerr's expression changed drastically, and a hint of panic could be seen in her eyes. "Cousin," this was the voice of a man who was full of vigor, and his voice was mixed with anger. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the voice. At this moment, he felt an extremely powerful force pressing down on him without any warning. It felt as though a heavy hammer had hit his chest, causing his internal organs to tremble. Barf. Chapter 2497. As soon as Duan Lingtian was injured and coughed up a mouthful of blood, a voice rang out. "Yun Qing Yan, stop!" The gentleness on Kerr's face was gone, replaced by anger. As soon as she looked away from Duan Lingtian, the gentleness in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by a cold glint. "Kerr!" Duan Lingtian didn't even have time to react to the owner of the voice, nor did he have time to react to the identity of the person who had injured him. He didn't even have time to think about why the person possessed such terrifying strength when he heard K'er's extremely cold voice that sent chills down one's spine. This was his first time seeing K'er so angry. Of course, he also knew that the reason why K'er was so angry was entirely because of him. He could not help but feel warmth in his heart. The owner of the voice seemed to have called me cousin earlier. Could it be? Could it be? Duan Lingtian, who felt warmth in his heart due to K'er's anger, suddenly recalled something. His expression changed drastically and his eyes widened in shock. All this while Duan Lingtian had been avoiding one thing in the depths of his heart, and that matter was related to the fact that K'er was the reincarnation of the goddess. According to Tang Xian, the former sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, Not only was Kerr the reincarnation of a goddess, but she also had a cousin who harbored ill intentions toward her. Moreover, Kerr's cousin in her past life was most likely a powerhouse from the Devata realms. Although Duan Lingtian possessed extraordinary strength, he knew very well that he was nothing compared to the Devata realms. He was nothing compared to the powerful celestials from the Devata realms. Any golden celestial or stronger from the Devata realms could easily kill him. Moreover, based on Tang Xian's description, Kerr's cousin in her past life was not an ordinary celestial. Earlier, Kerr seemed to have called out that person's name. It's very likely that person is him. When Duan Lingtian recalled Kerr calling out a man's name earlier, he was even more certain of his guess. His expression turned even more unsightly. At the same time, he also realized Kerr must have recovered her memories of her cousin in her past life, but she did not tell him about it. Otherwise, how would Kerr know the man's name? Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew Kerr did not want him to worry. He was certain Kerr did not want him to worry. It seems like you've recovered your memories, cousin. At the very least, you remember me. The voices that seemed to come from all directions were once again transmitted over. At the same time, it caused K'er's eyes to focus as she stared straight ahead at this moment. A figure could be seen looming in front of her. In the end, the figure was revealed. It was a young man dressed in green robes. He was tall and handsome. His long, dark green hair was draped over his shoulders, but it was not tied up with a hairband. The corners of his mouth were clearly curved upwards, as if he was revealing an evil smile all the time. This evil smile, coupled with the handsome appearance of this green-clothed young man, was absolutely lethal to some young girls who were experiencing the first awakening of love. As soon as the green-clad young man appeared, he turned to look at Kerr. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the green-clad young man looking at Kerr. Whoosh! Following that, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and stepped forward to protect Kerr. His expression was gloomy as he stared coldly at the green-clad young man standing not far away. It was as though he was afraid the green-clad young man would hurt Kerr. At this moment, Duan Lingtian instinctively wanted to protect his wife, Kerr. However, he seemed to have completely forgotten. The green-clad young man in front of him was so strong that he was no match for him. Earlier, the green-clad young man had easily injured him without even showing himself. However, when Duan Lingtian appeared in front of Kerr and protected Kerr behind him, the green-clad young man's expression froze. Then, his expression turned gloomy. His eyes were filled with killing intent. I haven't come looking for you, but you came looking for me first, the green-clad young man spoke calmly. His voice was so cold that it seemed to cause the temperature in the surrounding area to drop. It was as though winter had arrived. You're courting death. All of a sudden, his eyes turned cold. The space around Duan Lingtian instantly collapsed like glass. Duan Lingtian, who was in the middle of it, was on the verge of collapsing as though he would collapse at any moment. As soon as the green-clad young man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian discovered a wave of energy that seemed to have appeared out of thin air in his surroundings. Not only did it lock him in place, but it also completely suppressed the energy in his body with just its aura alone. A strong sense of danger rose in Duan Lingtian's heart. Once it appeared, it could not be suppressed. It was out of control. Elementary devouring skill. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. The moment he felt the sense of danger, Duan Lingtian did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly used all kinds of methods in an attempt to break free and regain his freedom. How's this possible? However, just as Duan Lingtian was about to cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring skill, to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area, he was shocked to discover that the whirlpool in the vortex had formed. The elementary devouring technique had turned into a vortex that overlapped with his body. The devouring power that extended from the vortex was actually blocked by the power that had appeared around him out of thin air and suppressed the power in his body with just its aura. Since the elementary devouring skill could not be used, it meant it could not devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area. How's he so strong? At the same time, Duan Lingtian also discovered he could not cast any other methods when his strength was suppressed. At this moment, he could clearly smell the scent of death. This was especially true when the green-clad young man said, "You're seeking death." As soon as the green-clad young man's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian felt a burst of destructive aura around him. It was as though a destructive force was about to charge at him and kill him. Kerr's cold voice rang in the air again. "Yun Qin Yen, if you kill my brother Tian, I won't live as well." Kerr's words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. "You should know that if I want to die, you won't be able to stop me." Kerr's voice was cold as she threatened the green-clad young man. "Kerr." When Duan Lingtian heard Ku's words to the green-clad young man, his eyes widened and his expression changed drastically. At the same time, he felt for the first time how useless he was. He had the strength that could be considered top-notch in the mundane realms, but he was powerless in front of this green-clad young man. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not feel happy at all, even though the green-clad young man's energy had suddenly paused around him and did not continue to charge toward him to kill him. The green-clad young man, Yun Qin Yen, Kerr's cousin in her past life, had a grave expression on his face at this moment. His expression was hideous and ferocious. "Cousin, you're willing to give up your life for a mortal ant like him?" At this moment, Yun Qin Yen no longer bothered to look at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred as he looked at Ku. Behind the jealousy in the depths of his eyes, waves of terrifying killing intent rose one step further. Naturally, the killing intent was not directed at Kerr. It was directed at Duan Lingtian. "He's not a mortal ant. He's my husband," Kerr said coldly when she heard Yun Qin Yan's words. "Your husband?" Upon hearing Ku's words, Yun Qin Yan's eyes narrowed in anger. His expression turned even more unsightly. His robe fluttered in the absence of wind, emitting waves of murderous intent that sent chills down one's spine. "Cousin, don't forget that there's an engagement between us, and he's just a husband you found before you recovered your memories of your previous life." Yun Qin Yen looked at Kerr grimly and said, "As long as he dies today, I'll let bygones be bygones. After all, there's no need for me to be so calculative with a dead man." He did not expect this would happen. He had plotted for so many years, but he did not expect this to happen. "Engagement?" Kerr sneered. "Yun Qin Yen, if I'm not mistaken, from the moment I died in my past life, the engagement between us is no longer valid. In this life of mine, other than being related to you by blood, I have nothing else to do with you. Cousin, do you hate me so much that you're unwilling to be with me?" Yun Qin Yen asked in a deep voice. "In my past life, I've told you that I only treated you as an elder brother. However, you were so overbearing that you didn't hesitate to destroy our relationship as siblings. You forced me to cancel the engagement at the cost of my life. After I reincarnated, you even arranged for me to stay in this mundane realm. You even arranged for someone to keep an eye on me. Unfortunately, I'm afraid you didn't expect that after all your painstaking arrangements, you still won't be able to have me." After listening to Kerr's words, Duan Lingtian began to realize something. Ku's death in her past life was closely related to the green-clad young man, Yun Qin Yen. She had even died because she wanted to ruin their engagement. After Kerr reincarnated, Yun Qin Yen arranged for Kerr to stay in this mundane realm and arranged for someone to keep an eye on her. Chapter 2498. Upon hearing Kerr's words, Yun Qin Yan's expression darkened immediately. Back then, he had gone to great lengths to arrange for the reincarnation of the woman before him to be reborn in this remote, mundane realm. His intention was to prevent her from interacting with her family for the time being, so that he would have more opportunities to interact with her. Before she regained her memories, he wanted to develop a relationship with her, win her heart, and conquer her. However, he did not expect this. When he returned, not only did his cousin's reincarnation have a man, but she had even given birth to a child with him. Damn it! If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have left back then. Back then, Yun Qinyan had left the mundane realm after arranging for his cousin's reincarnation because he had some matters to attend to. He had been gone for many years. Naturally, Yun Qinyan did not think he had been gone for long. Moreover, he had arranged for someone to keep an eye on the mundane realm, so he was not worried. However, when he returned, not only were the people he had arranged for killed, but his cousin's reincarnation had also fallen in love with someone before he returned. He could not accept this. Cousin, you should know that uncle and aunt would never allow you to marry such a lowly mortal ant. Even if they're here today, they'll still kill him if they find out he has defiled you. Yun Qinyan said in a deep voice, "This is the Xia clan's business. It has nothing to do with you." Kerr said coldly, "Cousin, don't forget that my mother, your aunt, is also a member of the Xia clan. As her son, I'm considered half a member of the Xia clan. Therefore, I'm responsible for the Xia clan's business." After Yun Qinyan finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with killing intent surging in his eyes. He could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. "That's easy for you to say." Kerr sneered. "Do you dare say you have no ulterior motives for doing this?" Yun Qinyan, I advise you to give up and stop wasting your time on me. Whether it's my past life or my current life, I'm not interested in you at all. I'll never become your cultivation partner. The marriage contract between you and me in my previous life has also disappeared along with the death of my previous life. Kerr's words were resolute and decisive. Yun Qinyan's expression darkened immediately. "Putting aside the fact that we're engaged, you must return with me today. Both uncle and aunt have asked me many times about your reincarnation. It can be seen that they are very concerned about you." Ridiculous! Ku could not help but laugh when she heard Yun Qinyan's words. "If you cared about my parents, you wouldn't have placed me in this secluded, mundane realm. If I'm not mistaken, you didn't tell them that I was reincarnated in this mundane realm, right?" Yun Qinyan's eyes widened when he heard Yun Qinyan's words. When she reached the end of her sentence, her gaze turned sharp as she looked at Yun Qinyan. It was as though she could see through everything. Kerr sneered when she saw Yun Qinyan's expression darkening. "It seems like I'm right. So what if you're right?" Yun Qinyan's brows relaxed. The gloomy expression on his face disappeared in an instant. He said nonchalantly, "No matter what, you must come back with me today. She's my wife. Who do you think you are? Who are you to ask her to return with you?" Duan Lingtian, who had remained silent all this, could not help but feel anxious when he heard Yun Qinyan's words. His expression turned even more unsightly. Previously, when they were in the Debussy subterranean, he could only watch helplessly as Ganru Yen took Kerr away. However, it seemed like the same thing was happening again today. This time, no matter what, he would not allow Ke'er to be taken away without doing anything. He had promised Kerr that he would not let her go. As long as he still had a breath left in him, he would not be separated from her. "Who do I think I am?" Yun Qinyan's expression did not change when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes were filled with disdain. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face. "To you, I'm invincible. In fact, I don't even need to lift a finger. With a single thought, I can make you wish you were dead, or even turn you into ashes." Yun Qinyan's eyes turned cold when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. In the next moment, boom, 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 Boom! A series of explosions rang in the air as the space around Duan Lingtian that had returned to normal began to shatter again. Bang! 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 Following that, a powerful force slammed into Duan Lingtian's body, shattering the force that he had gathered through his 99 saint veins. The force that appeared out of thin air when the void shattered was extremely powerful. However, when it landed on Duan Lingtian, it was just right. Apart from not attacking his vital points, it covered almost every part of his body. Barf! Barf! Duan Lingtian could not mobilize his own energy at all in the face of the energy that swept toward him. He could not cast any technique at all. It was as though he had transformed into a puppet as he allowed the waves of hostile energy to land on his body. Mouthfuls of blood gushed out of Duan Lingtian's mouth as though they were free. With every mouthful of blood he spat out, Duan Lingtian's aura weakened a little. In the end, Duan Lingtian was on the verge of death. He did not even have the ability to fly. He fell from the sky and landed heavily on the top of a mountain. His aura weakened even further. Yin, Qing, Yen. Upon seeing this, Ker's eyes widened in anger. Her body trembled violently, and her beautiful face was filled with coldness. When she looked at Duan Lingtian, her eyes were filled with pain. However, when she looked at Yunqing Yen, her eyes were filled with killing intent. It was as though she wanted to tear Yunqing Yen into pieces. From the beginning until the end, Ker did not move at all. When Yunqing Yen attacked Duan Lingtian, he had also attacked Ker. Naturally, he did not attack Ker. He merely restrained Ker so she would not be able to save Duan Lingtian. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Ku-er, from the beginning until the end, Yunqing Yen did not move at all. Not only did he injure Duan Lingtian, but he even restrained Ker, whose strength was comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Based on this, one could see how strong Yunqing Yen was. However, Yunqing Yen ignored Ker's heart-wrenching cry as he descended from the sky. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at the peak of the mountain where Duan Lingtian was. He landed next to the heavily injured Duan Lingtian. What did you say earlier? Who do you think I am? What right do I have to take your wife away? Yunqing Yen squatted down and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was glaring at him mockingly. He smiled faintly and said, "Do you still think so? A piece of trash like you doesn't deserve to be so arrogant in front of me. I think you're tired of living." Yunqing Yan's voice turned colder and colder as he spoke. Even if Duan Lingtian was heavily injured and could not move his body in the slightest, Duan Lingtian did not make a sound. Upon hearing Yunqing Yan's words, Duan Lingtian gritted his teeth and said in a hoarse voice, "Yunqing Yan, kill me now if you dare. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it in the future." Slap. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Yunqing Yan raised his hand and slapped him. Then he said disdainfully, "A piece of trash like you dares to say that if I don't kill you today, I'll make sure you regret it in the future? However, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Yunqing Yan sneered as he made up his mind to end Duan Lingtian's life. If it were not for his cousin's reincarnation, he would have killed the purple-clad young man before him. Not only did a mere mortal from the mundane realm defile his cousin's reincarnation, but he even had a child with her. He could not tolerate this. If he could, he would tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Yunqing Yan. Just as Yunqing Yan was about to kill Duan Lingtian, Ker's cold voice rang in his ears. "If you dare to kill Brother Tian, I'll kill myself and follow him." Swoosh! Upon hearing Ker's words, Yunqing Yan's expression turned unsightly. He looked at Ker and said in a deep voice, "Cousin, you're a noble, and yet you're willing to kill yourself for a mere mortal? Is he even worthy?" Yunqing Yan's emotions began to fluctuate as he spoke. His cousin was a cold beauty in her previous life. No matter what he did, she would keep him at arm's length. Even if they were engaged, she would rather die than marry him. However, it was this cousin of his who was willing to give up her life for a man after reincarnating. At this moment, his heart was filled with jealousy. Why? What right did he have to give up her life for another man when the woman he couldn't get no matter how hard he tried? If that man was stronger than him in all aspects, he would have accepted it. However, the problem was that this man was not weak at all. However, the man in front of him was just a mortal ant from a mundane plane. He could easily kill him without even lifting a finger. He's the man I, Xia Ningshui, have chosen. No matter how many lifetimes it takes, I, Xia Ningshui, will live and die with him. If he lives, I live. If he dies, I die. Chapter 2499. If he lives, I live. If he dies, I die. Ku Er's tone was firm and unwavering. Yun Qingyan's expression changed drastically when he heard her words. Cousin sister, you, Yun Qingyan stared at her. He was so angry that he could not even speak properly. Brother Tian. Kerr turned to look at Duan Lingtian. A hint of heartache flashed in her eyes as she said gently, Kerr has said that she doesn't want to be separated from you again. Even if she dies, Kerr is willing to die with you. Kerr, cough. Duan Lingtian was slightly agitated when he coughed out another mouthful of blood. His face turned even paler, and there was no trace of blood at all. I've also promised you that unless I die, I won't let what happened that year happen again. Unless I die, no one will be able to take you away from me. Duan Lingtian said in a hoarse voice. His voice was filled with urgency when he spoke. If you die, Kerr won't live either. Kerr's eyes were filled with determination. She was not afraid of dying. Good, good. Very good. What a touching scene. Yun Qingyan's expression darkened when he saw how affectionate his cousin was with this ant from the mundane realm whom he looked down on. He was so infuriated that he began to laugh. However, do you think I'd appear before you if I wasn't prepared? Yun Qingyan's tone suddenly changed. His tone was cold, but at the same time, it seemed to exude a strong sense of confidence. Duan Lingtian only frowned slightly when he heard Yun Qingyan's words. However, Kerr's expression changed drastically. This was because she was very clear about her cousin's character. He was definitely the kind of person who would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. For a moment, an ominous premonition arose in her heart. Duan Lingtian, take a good look. Who are they? Yun Qingyan glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly before he raised his hand and swiped at the air in front of him. Immediately, the void trembled and wavered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the void vibrated for a while, a constantly changing image appeared in front of Yun Qingyan, Duan Lingtian, and Kerr. Shua, shua. The moment Duan Lingtian and Kerr saw the mirror image, their expressions changed. Despicable. Ku or glared at Yun Qingyan. Yun Qingyan, you're not only embarrassing yourself by doing this, but you're also embarrassing the entire Yun family. Yun Qingyan ignored Kerr. He lowered his head and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was lying at his feet. He smiled faintly and said, What do you think? Do you like the big gift I gave you? Father, mother, little Fei Nian Tian. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear Yun Qingyan's words. His attention was completely focused on the mirror image in front of him. Apart from his parents, his wife, Li Fei, and his son, Duan Yantian, were also in the mirror image. Apart from that, his senior brother, Bai Lihong, his father-in-law, Feng Wu Dao, and other close friends were also in the mirror image. Currently, the mirror image that appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes was an ice-cold prison. His parents, his wife, and his son were all locked up in small rooms in this prison. Moreover, they all had desolate expressions on their faces, as if they had lost their souls. No matter how much Duan Lingtian shouted, his family and friends in the mirror image did not respond at all. Senior Uncle Prophet? Tian Wu. Si Ling. Soon after, the mirror image changed again. Another group of people who were locked in small rooms appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically again. This was because the people locked in this prison were the members of the Seven Absolute sect and his family, who were supposed to be in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. In other words, Duan Lingtian was in a hurry. Apart from Zhang Yi, who came from Yanhuang realm, all his family and friends who were staying in the Seven Absolute sect's temporary estate in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land were locked up in the cold prison in front of him. Si Ling. Ker's expression turned even more unsightly when she saw her daughter, Duan Si Ling, had been locked up as well. Yun Qingyan, if you dare to touch my daughter, I'll definitely kill you. The killing intent in Ker's eyes intensified when she looked at Yun Qingyan again. It was as though she could not wait to tear him into pieces. Yun Qingyan's expression darkened when he heard Ker's words. However, he ignored Ker. His gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, who was heavily injured and sprawled by his feet, and he said indifferently, Duan Lingtian, do you know where they are? I'm afraid you won't believe me, but they're in my hands. As soon as Yun Qingyan finished speaking, he raised his hand. Duan Lingtian looked at Yun Qingyan's hand with a cold glint in his eyes. At this moment, something appeared in Yun Qingyan's hand. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he saw the item. This was because the thing in Yun Qingyan's hand looked exactly the same as the prison that imprisoned his family and friends in the mirror image. The prison in Yun Qingyan's hand was a pocket-sized prison. This is a top celestial weapon I obtained many years ago when I was traveling in the Devata realms. This celestial weapon is a spatial celestial weapon. It can contain all kinds of living beings. I created it on a whim, but I didn't expect it to come in handy. Yun Qingyan waved the celestial weapon in his hand as though he was talking about something insignificant. My family, my friends are all locked up in there by you? Duan Lingtian asked in a hoarse voice as he stared at Yun Qingyan coldly. That's right, Yun Qingyan said indifferently. I've locked them up in the spatial celestial weapon. If I want to, I can annihilate them with just a thought. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Despicable. Duan Lingtian did not expect Yun Qingyan to be so powerful. He was certain Yun Qingyan was a powerhouse from a Devata realm. Moreover, he was certain Yun Qingyan was as strong as a great overarching golden celestial. However, such a person had not hesitated to lock up his family and friends and threaten him in order to deal with him, a person from the mundane realms. Yun Qingyan. At this moment, Ku-er glared at Yun Qingyan and said coldly, as the saying goes, Don't you think you've crossed the line by acting like this? Cousin. Yun Qingyan finally paid attention to Ker. He looked at Ker and said with a smile, I don't think I've crossed the line. Didn't you say you didn't want to leave with me? Didn't you say you wanted to die with him? I won't let you die. If he dies, you'll end your own life as well. For this reason, I don't dare to kill him. And if he doesn't die, you won't leave with me obediently. Since that's the case, I'll let him live as you wish. Yun Qingyan's smile widened as he looked at the spatial celestial weapon in his hand. However, I plan to take everyone in this spatial celestial weapon with me. I can't guarantee what will happen to them after I take them away. After all, I won't have you by my side to remind me not to hurt them. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Ku-er meaningfully and said, Don't worry, Ku-er. Swoosh, swoosh. No matter if it was Duan Lingtian or Ku-er, their expressions changed once again. It was extremely unsightly. Yun Qingyan, you're a celestial from a Devata realm. If you want to kill me, come at me. You're so despicable. In order to deal with mortal ants from the mundane plane, you didn't hesitate to use his family to threaten him. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens? Duan Lingtian said in a hoarse voice, Punished by the heavens. Yun Qingyan was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he burst out laughing. Duan Lingtian. Today, I'll show you that I, Yun Qinyan, am the heavens in front of ants like you. If the heavens want all of you dead, none of you will be able to escape. Almost as soon as Yun Qinyan finished speaking, a person who was also locked in a small cell in the mirror exploded into a cloud of blood without any warning. The small room was instantly dyed red with blood. Gold thug! Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. The person who was killed by Yun Qinyan with just a thought was his servant, the Golden Hellhound, Gold Thug. Later on, he had sent Gold Thug to the Azure Cloud Mansion to serve his father, Duan Rafeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Duan Lingtian had not met Gold Thug for a long time, he had always treated Gold Thug as one of his own due to Gold Thug's loyalty to him. Now that Gold Thug had died in front of him, he was infuriated. His gaze was so cold that it seemed as though it could freeze everything. In the next moment, the mirror image changed again. I've said that I'm the heavens in front of ants like you. Duan Lingtian's expression changed again when he heard Yun Qinyan's voice. This was because the body of another person who was locked in a small cell exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist, staining the ground with his blood. Xiong Quan. Chapter 2500. Whether it was Xiong Quan or Gold Thug, both of them were Duan Lingtian's people and considered themselves as his servants. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not treat them as servants. Although they were both people by Duan Lingtian's side, there was still a difference in their positions in Duan Lingtian's heart. Xiong Quan had been by Duan Lingtian's side since he was a teenager. He had selflessly sacrificed a lot for Duan Lingtian and his family. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not despise Xiong Quan, even though Xiong Quan was no longer of any help to him. Instead, he treated Xiong Quan as his family. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian could only watch as Xiong Quan, whom he had long regarded as family, died in front of him. Yin, Qing, Yan. Duan Lingtian glared at Yun Qinyan. His eyes looked as though they were about to pop out of their sockets. One could see how furious he was. Enough, Kerr said coldly. Her voice was so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. Naturally, she knew Xiong Quan's position in her man's heart. For this reason, she could completely understand how her man felt. She could empathize with his feelings. Therefore, she quickly stopped Yun Qinyan from leaving. He was afraid that Yun Qinyan would come up with the idea of killing the people he had imprisoned in the spatial immortal tool. Let them go, and I'll go with you. When Kaer spoke again, her voice was weak and feeble. It was obvious that she had made such a huge decision with great difficulty. Cousin, you finally made up your mind. Yun Qinyan raised an eyebrow as he looked at Kerr with a victorious smile on his face. Wasn't it all for this result that he had done so much? Kerr. Duan Lingtian's face that was already extremely pale turned even paler at this moment. His eyes were filled with anxiety. Although he did not want anything to happen to his family and friends, he did not want them to die. He did not want Kerr to leave either. Let them go. Kerr urged Yun Qinyan as she stared at him coldly. Yun Qinyan's captives were important to Duan Lingtian, but they were also important to him. They were also her family and friends. She would not let anything happen to them. I'll let them go, but not now. Yun Qinyan said, If you don't let them go, I won't go with you. Kerr said coldly, Cousin. Yun Qinyan said indifferently, Initially, I planned to imprison Duan Lingtian as well and use him to threaten you. Now, Duan Lingtian, I'll let them go, but I won't let the others go for now. If you dare imprison Brother Tian, I won't go with you, Yun Qinyan said. Yun Qinyan's eyes narrowed his eyes. Cousin, there's a limit to my patience. Yun Qinyan frowned and said impatiently, I'll give you one last chance. I won't do anything to Duan Lingtian, and I won't imprison him. However, you must come with me. I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you still haven't made up your mind after 10 breaths, I'll kill everyone imprisoned in this celestial weapon." Yun Qingyan's voice was filled with murderous intent as he spoke. Swoosh! Swoosh! Upon hearing Yun Qingyan's words, Duan Lingtian and Ker's expressions changed drastically. If Yun Qingyan only wanted to kill Duan Lingtian or take Ker away, both of them would not allow it. If Duan Lingtian was killed, Ker would not be able to live. If Yun Qingyan wanted to take Ker away, Duan Lingtian would protect Ker with his life. He would not allow Ker to be taken away, and he would fight until his last drop of blood. If Duan Lingtian died, Ker would not be able to live as well. Therefore, for Yun Qingyan, who did not want Ker to die, it was difficult for him to break out of this situation. However, there was no doubt Yun Qingyan had found a way out. If Ker refused to cooperate, he would kill Duan Rafeng, Li Ro, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and the others who were imprisoned. This was not something Ker wanted to see, and it was the same for Duan Lingtian as well. Brother Tian. After the time of around 3 breaths, Ker looked at Duan Lingtian, and her eyes flashed with a wisp of pain. Ker! When Duan Lingtian saw the pain in Ker's eyes and the determination on Ker's face, he knew Ker had made up her mind. His expression changed again, and his eyes were filled with reluctance. At this moment, he wanted to stop Ker from leaving with Yun Qingyan. However, the moment he did that, he would be indirectly sending his family and friends to a dead end. He was extremely conflicted. What should I do? What should I do? At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know what to do. On one hand, he could abandon his wife, Ker, and allow Ker to leave. On the other hand, he could ignore the deaths of his family and friends. Brother Tian, don't worry. I'll be fine. Ker, of course, knew the struggle and pain in Duan Lingtian's heart. Therefore, when Duan Lingtian called out her name, she had already opened her mouth to console him. I'm only going back home. Even if I don't go back now, I'll have to go back sooner or later. Now, I'm just going back earlier. It's just that I'm not going back with you. Duan Lingtian nodded. Ker said, Ker! Although Duan Lingtian had guessed Ker's decision, he could not help but feel a twinge of pain in his heart when he heard Ker say it herself. He was going back on his word. He had said that even if he died, he would not allow anyone to take Ker away from him. However, he was going back on his word today. Yun Qingyan. Ker could no longer bear to look at Duan Lingtian's pained expression. She turned to look at Yun Qingyan. The tenderness in her eyes was replaced by coldness. I have Brother Tian's soul pearl with me. If something happens to him, I won't live as well. Although Yun Qingyan had guessed this would happen, he did not intend to kill Duan Lingtian, even though Duan Lingtian had snatched the woman he wanted. However, when he heard Ker's words, he could not help but feel furious. His eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He's just an ant from the mundane realm. As long as you don't come looking for him without permission, I won't bother to make a move on him. Yun Qingyan said nonchalantly. His tone was filled with disdain and contempt for Duan Lingtian. Without waiting for Ker's reply, he looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. Brat, didn't you say earlier that as long as I don't kill you today, you'll make me regret it in the future? Today, I, Yun Qingyan, will tell you that I, Yun Qingyan, have never regretted anything in my life. Yun Qingyan paused for a moment before he raised his hand and slapped Duan Lingtian, leaving a burning palm print on Duan Lingtian's face. Yun Qingyan. Since when had Duan Lingtian ever suffered such humiliation? His eyes widened and his heavily injured body began to tremble violently due to his anger. Today, I'll take your wife, your family, and your friends with me. I'd like to see if you're capable of making me regret it. Duan Lingtian. A bright smile appeared on Yun Qingyan's face when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression was distorted by the humiliation. Oh, that's right. Yun Qingyan seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, indifferently, "There's something I have to tell you. Feng Qingyang, the person who left the legacy to you, is the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, one of the 81 Devata realms. He's one of the strongest Devata realms." HM? Upon hearing Yun Qinyan's words, the furious Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? In the past, Duan Lingtian's knowledge of Feng Qingyang was limited to the Saint Province realm. Feng Qingyang was the sword saint from 100,000 years ago, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, and the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect. He had killed 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fought 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when he was just an eminent celestial. After that, he had ascended to a Devata realm. Based on Feng Qingyang's achievements in the Devata realms, there was no doubt that he would be extraordinary after he ascended to a Devata realm. At the very least, that was what Duan Lingtian thought. However, Duan Lingtian did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. He did not expect Feng Qingyang to be the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Although the solitary destructive heaven was only one of the 81 Devata realms, the fact that Feng Qingyang was able to become the heavenly emperor of one of the 81 Devata realms was enough to prove that he was one of the strongest Devata realms. Senior Feng Qingyang has become the heavenly emperor of one of the Devata realms in just 100,000 years. Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have forgotten about his current predicament. This was because Yun Qinyan's words had shocked him so much that he did not even dare to think about it in the past. "Why are you telling me this?" After a while, Duan Lingtian finally calmed down and looked at Yun Qinyan. He could not help but tremble inwardly. Yun Qinyan knew Feng Qingyang was his master, and he knew Feng Qingyang was the heavenly emperor of one of the Devata realms, the solitary destructive heaven. Yet, he still dared to speak to him in such a manner. Was he not afraid of Feng Qingyang? "I'm telling you this because—" Yun Qinyan said indifferently. Yun Qinyan said nonchalantly, "Even Feng Qingyang is nothing to me." Chapter 2501. Boom! Yun Qinyan's words were like a bolt from the blue to Duan Lingtian. Feng Qingyang was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, one of the Devata realms. Not only was Yun Qinyan not afraid of him, but he had even sent someone to look for Feng Qingyang. Then he added, there was no longer a heavenly emperor in solitary destructive heaven. Naturally, he understood what Yun Qinyan meant. It was nothing more than the people he sent to find Feng Qingyang. They had already solved the problem of Feng Qingyang and might even have taken Feng Qingyang's life. Is Ker's men really strong enough to kill a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm? Although Duan Lingtian understood what Yun Qinyan was implying, he did not believe him completely. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Ker. In his opinion, although he did not know if Yun Qinyan's men were strong enough to kill a heavenly emperor, he was certain Ker knew. Brother Tian, if he really intends to kill the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms, apart from the strongest heavenly emperors, it'll be difficult for the remaining heavenly emperors to escape unscathed. Ker replied in a timely manner. Currently, she had regained most of her memories from her past life. Therefore, she knew Yun Qinyan was capable of sending such a powerful expert to deal with the celestial race. I've never met Senior Feng Qingyang before. Why are you venting your anger on him because of me? Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard Ker's words. He glared at Yun Qinyan angrily and said in a low voice, "What are you talking about? Why did you vent your anger on him?" Yun Qinyan said indifferently, "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for obtaining his legacy. Naturally, it's also because Feng Qingyang's innate talent is extraordinary that I can't tolerate him. You are not a threat to me, but if I give that Feng Qingyang some more time, he might be able to pose a threat to me." Of course, There were many things that Yun Qingyun did not say. The reason why he killed Feng Qingyang was because he was worried that Feng Qingyang would stand up for Duan Lingtian once he had the strength to threaten him. Also because he was worried that with Feng Qingyang's help, Duan Lingtian would be able to catch up to Feng Qingyang and become a threat to him. That was something he could not tolerate. In fact, before he made his appearance today, he had already expected such an outcome. This was because before this, besides spending a lot of effort to investigate his cousin's reincarnation and Duan Lingtian thoroughly, he had also thought about the various possibilities after his appearance. That included the ending they were facing now. He had imprisoned Duan Lingtian's family and friends, and his cousin was willing to return with him. However, due to his cousin's threat, he could not kill Duan Lingtian, so he could only let him grow. Although he was certain Duan Lingtian would not be a threat to him in the future, even with Feng Qingyang's help, Yun Qingyun was certain he would not be a threat to him in the future. However, to be on the safe side, he decided to get rid of Feng Qingyang, who was an unstable factor. With this, he would not have to worry about Duan Lingtian turning the tables on him. You deserve to die. Duan Lingtian glared at Yun Qingyun furiously. His body trembled violently as he regained some of his strength. Even if I deserve to die, you have to be strong enough to take my life first. Yun Qingyun glanced at Duan Lingtian disdainfully. He smiled condescendingly before he rose into the air and looked at Kerr, who was standing nearby. Cousin, it's time for us to return. As soon as Yun Qingyun finished speaking, he waved his hand again. In just a blink of an eye, not only did Yun Qingyun's body transform into an afterimage, but Kerr's figure also disappeared after transforming into an afterimage. Kerr. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel heartache when he saw Kerr disappear before his eyes, even though he had mentally prepared himself for this. His heart felt empty, and he felt as though he had lost his soul. Brother Tian. While Duan Lingtian was in a daze, the voice transmission Kerr left behind before she left entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Don't worry. I'll protect father, mother, sister Fei, sister Tianwu, and the others. I won't let anything happen to them. Apart from that, my name in my past life was Xia Ningshui. The Xia clan I was from was one of the 10 great clans in the Divine Offering Land. The Divine Offering Land is... The voice transmission paused for a moment. She did not have time to introduce the Divine Offering Land to Duan Lingtian. It was clear Kerr was taken away by Yun Qingyun before she could finish her voice transmission. Xia Ningshui, the Divine Offering Land. Through the incomplete voice transmission left behind by Kerr and the conversation between Kerr and Yun Qingyun, Duan Lingtian obtained an important piece of information. In her past life, Kerr was a member of the Xia clan, one of the 10 great clans in the Divine Offering Land. The Divine Offering Land. I'll remember it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian remembered the Divine Offering Land. It was a place he had never heard of before. After Yun Qingyun left, the restraining force on Duan Lingtian's body disappeared as well. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could finally mobilize the energy in his body and began to heal his injured body. At the same time, he took out some healing medicinal pills from his spatial ring and consumed them, allowing his injuries to heal even faster. Due to the severity of his injuries, Duan Lingtian could barely move his body after half an hour. An hour later, Duan Lingtian turned over and laid on the mountaintop. He stared at the boundless sky in a daze. It was as though he had lost his soul. He did not move for a long time. If someone who did not know better saw this from afar, they would have thought he was a corpse. This was, without a doubt, a dark day for Duan Lingtian. His wife, Kerr, had left him. Apart from that, his family and friends had also left him. He could only watch as Yun Qingyun took Kerr's family and his friends away. There was nothing he could do. Trash. I'm trash. I'm trash. For the first time in his life, Duan Lingtian began to belittle himself. Compared to Yun Qingyun's strength, Duan Lingtian, who was considered one of the strongest in the mundane realms, was nothing at all. He was as insignificant as an ant in front of Yun Qingyan. Yun Qingyan could easily kill him with a stomp. Even if Yun Qingyan stood there motionless, Yun Qingyan could easily kill him with just a thought. Who's that Yun Qingyan? How can he kill a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm just by sending someone out? And that world of divine remains. What is that place? While Duan Lingtian was belittling himself, he could not help but feel perplexed. Initially, he had thought Yun Qingyan was just a powerful celestial in a Devata realm. Although he was strong, he was not as strong as a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. He did not expect Yun Qingyan to be so strong. Yun Qingyan could easily kill a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm just by sending someone out. Even if Yun Qingyan himself did not have the strength to kill a heavenly emperor, his background was powerful enough to shock people. Senior Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel guilty when he thought about how that senior whom he had never met had met with a calamity because of him, even though he had obtained the senior's legacy. It took him a long time before he could calm down. If it was not for Senior Feng Qingyang's legacy, it would not have been so smooth sailing for him. In fact, he might have died along the way. However, Senior Feng Qingyang might have died because of him. How could he not feel guilty? Senior Feng Qingyang, don't worry. One day I'll avenge you. As time passed, Duan Lingtian's gaze became more determined. Although Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the gap between him and Yun Qingyan was like heaven and earth, it was not a reason for him to feel discouraged and dejected. He had to stand up and cross the distance between them to avenge Senior Feng Qingyang. Based on Yun Qingyan's words to Kerr, Duan Lingtian realized there was a problem. Kerr came from an extraordinary family in her past life. If he wanted to gain her family's approval, he would have to be strong. Father, mother, little Fei, Tianwu, Nian Tian, Xiling, wait for me. I'll save all of you from that cold prison as soon as I can. When Duan Lingtian thought about his family and friends who were imprisoned by Yun Qingyan, he felt guilty. After all, if it were not for his relationship with them, Yun Qingyan would not have targeted them and imprisoned them. Strength? My current strength is still too weak after all. Before today, Duan Lingtian had been proud of himself for possessing strength comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, after meeting Yun Qingyan, he realized he was still weak. After all, he was still very weak. That bit of strength of his was nothing in front of a true powerhouse. 3 days. Duan Lingtian had been lying in bed for 3 days. During these 3 days, he thought about many things as he lay in bed. There were times when he was filled with despair and disappointment. However, in the end, he managed to calm himself down and pull himself together. My injuries. I'm afraid I'll need another 10 days to half a month to fully recover. After calming himself down, Duan Lingtian's eyes were calm. His expression was calm as though nothing had happened. He did not look like someone who had just lost his family and friends. Naturally, for someone like Duan Lingtian who valued relationships, this was just a facade. Chapter 2502. During these 3 days, Duan Lingtian had thought about everything that he should and should not think about. The fact that Kerr was forced to leave and his family and friends were taken away was undoubtedly a huge blow to Duan Lingtian. However, he knew that no matter how pained and sorrowful he felt, it was useless when faced with such a situation. The only thing he could do was to calm himself down and raise his strength as soon as possible so that he could head to the divine offering land that Kerr had mentioned. He wanted to rescue his family and friends from Yun Qingyan and bring Kerr away from the divine offering land. Kerr, I won't let you wait too long, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked up at the sky. After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He rose into the air and left the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land as though nothing had happened. He returned to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, Duan Lingtian only acted as though nothing had happened. In his heart, he still felt very uncomfortable. Zhang Yi, Yun Qing Yan did not imprison Zhang Yi and bring him away. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. After all, Yun Qing Yan did not imprison anyone from the Azure Cloud Mansion. It was clear Yun Qing Yan was selective in who he imprisoned. Most of them were people who were close to him. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, was someone who had followed him from the Beyond Heaven's secret zone to the Saint Province realm. He did not leave any traces behind in the Saint Province realm. For this reason, it was not strange that Yun Qing Yan did not imprison him at a nameless, snow-capped peak in the northern region. This was also the temporary estate of the Seven Absolute sect, Zhang Yi. When Duan Lingtian returned, he saw the figure standing on the stone platform halfway up the mountain. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared next to the figure. Duan Lingtian? When Zhang Yi heard Duan Lingtian's voice and saw Duan Lingtian, he finally snapped out of his daze and said anxiously, Duan Lingtian, they were taken away by force. That person is very strong. It feels like he's not any weaker than a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Zhang Yi could not help but feel terrified when he recalled the green-robed young man he had met a few days ago. The scenes at that time were still vivid in his mind. He felt like an ant before the green-clad young man. The other party didn't even specifically target him. Just the residual power of the energy released from his body was enough to suppress the energy in his body, turning it into a pool of stagnant water, unable to cause any more ripples. Yes, I know. Duan Lingtian naturally knew who Zhang Yi was referring to. His eyes widened slightly as he nodded. Then, without waiting for Zhang Yi's reply, Duan Lingtian said, Let's return to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. We'll head to Yan Huang realm. Then, Zhang Yi was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He could not understand Duan Lingtian's reaction. After all, even Duan Lingtian's daughter had been taken away. However, based on Duan Lingtian's reaction, it seemed as though he did not understand what Zhang Yi had just said. However, Duan Lingtian had clearly said that he knew. Duan Lingtian, your daughter, and Miss Tianwu were also taken away by force. Zhang Yi could not help but add, I know. Duan Lingtian nodded again before he continued to say, Let's go to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he did not wait for Zhang Yi's reply before he raised his hand and brought Zhang Yi to the entrance of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone in the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land in the Saint Province realm. Duan Lingtian. Zhang Yi muttered under his breath. Along the way, Zhang Yi discovered that something was amiss. He wanted to ask something, but when he saw Duan Lingtian's emotionless eyes, he obediently shut his mouth. He could not see any anger in Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was as though Duan Lingtian had lost his soul. Even if Duan Lingtian did not say anything, Zhang Yi knew something must have happened. When he saw Duan Lingtian did not want to talk about it, he obediently stopped asking. We're here. Soon after, Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Yi to the entrance of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. It was the icy valley in the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the snow-covered mountain valley, a few wooden houses were still standing there. They looked exactly the same as when Duan Lingtian had left them. It was obvious that no one had come here since they left last time. Let's go in. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he saw the black hole hovering in front of him. He put Zhang Yi down and prepared to enter the Beyond Heaven's secret zone in just a flash. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Zhang Yi called out to Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's call, Duan Lingtian immediately regained his senses. He looked at Zhang Yi with a puzzled expression on his face. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Duan Lingtian did not know why Zhang Yi called out to him. After entering the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, we usually won't appear in the same place. Zhang Yi said, Therefore, we have to meet somewhere, right? He was not worried about whether Duan Lingtian would be able to find the way to Yan Huang realm. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, he could easily find someone from the Yanhuang realm to lead him to the exit of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone and head to Yanhuang realm. I forgot about that. Duan Ling Tian nodded. In that case, we'll meet at the exit of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. No matter who arrives first. We'll wait for the other person nearby. What do you think? Sure. Zhang Yi nodded. Whoosh! As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian disappeared from his spot in a flash. It was as though he had never appeared in the ice valley that was shrouded in fog. When Duan Ling Tian disappeared from his spot, Zhang Yi could clearly see the black hole in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The black hole hovering in the air, which was the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone from the Saint Province realm, suddenly shook for a moment before ripples spread out from it. It was as though a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to form on the surface of the lake. Zhang Yi knew this meant Duan Ling Tian had already entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Why are you in such a hurry? Although Zhang Yi did not understand why Duan Ling Tian was in such a hurry, he still followed Duan Ling Tian through the black hole and entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In fact, Duan Ling Tian was in such a hurry because he did not know when he would ascend to a Devata realm. Although he wanted to ascend to a Devata realm, he could not find a way to raise his strength in the Saint Province realm. However, it was not up to him to decide whether he would ascend to a Devata realm or not. He could only wait for the appearance of the celestial ascension force. After all, he would only be able to ascend to the Devata realm and become a celestial when the celestial ascension force appeared. However, he did not want to waste his time waiting for the celestial ascension force to ascend to a Devata realm. Due to Yun Qinyan's actions, Duan Ling Tian was eager to raise his strength. He did not want to waste even a second. I can't find a way to raise my strength in the Saint Province realm. However, in a large mundane realm like the Yanhuang realm, I might be able to find a way to improve my strength. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian decided to head to Yanhuang realm as soon as possible. Apart from finding a way to raise his strength before he ascended to a Devata realm, he could also find a way to return to Earth in Yanhuang realm. If it were not for Earth, Duan Ling Tian would not have only set his sights on Yanhuang realm. After all, apart from the people from Yanhuang realm, there were also people from 3 large mundane realms in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. The 3 large mundane realms were no smaller than the Yanhuang realm. They must have something the Yanhuang realm had as well. Duan Ling Tian had chosen Yanhuang realm because of Earth. After all, it was Duan Ling Tian's hometown. The powerhouses from the devil clans who invaded the Saint Province realm, including the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans, must be afraid of Kerr for killing the patriarch of the dragons, who was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. They must be afraid of Kerr. Under such circumstances, even if they don't leave the Saint Province realm and return to the land of exile, they won't dare to act recklessly. Unless they're certain that Kerr has left the Saint Province realm, they won't dare to act recklessly in the Saint Province realm. Duan Ling Tian had thought of this before he left the Saint Province realm. After all, the Saint Province realm was his hometown in this life. If possible, he did not want the Saint Province realm to be plunged into misery and suffering because of the devil clans. Duan Ling Tian did not make a move to expel the devil clans because he knew there were 9 tribulation bodiless celestials among the devil clans who were not weaker than him. With Kerr's current strength, he was not strong enough to force the devil clans to retreat. In fact, it was just as Duan Ling Tian had expected. After the powerhouses from the devil clans confirmed what had happened in the dragon's residence, they ordered their subordinates to behave themselves and stop killing the humans in the Saint Province realm. Peace was restored in the Saint Province realm. The humans and the devil clans coexisted peacefully overnight. However, this was only the calm before the storm. If the powerhouses from the devil clans could confirm that the human powerhouse who could threaten them was no longer in the Saint Province realm, they would not hesitate. Chapter 2503 The Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. When Duan Ling Tian entered the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone again, he was no longer in the mood to hunt for celestial supreme treasures. He was no longer in the mood to search for treasures. Along the way, he began to look for people from the Yanhuang realm. Although Duan Ling Tian had entered the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone, since he was separated from Zhang Yi, there was no one to guide him to the entrance of the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone to Yanhuang realm. For this reason, he could only find someone from Yanhuang realm to lead the way. After all, he was not from Yanhuang realm, so he could not sense the location of the exit that led to Yanhuang realm. Someone from Skyline realm, people from Vast Cloud Plain, someone from Muro realm. In about half a month, Duan Lingtian had met people from the other 3 large mundane realms. However, he did not meet anyone from Yanhuang realm. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel anxious. It has already been half a month. I'm sure Zhang Yi should have arrived at the entrance of the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone to Yanhuang realm by now, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Since Zhang Yi was from Yanhuang realm, as soon as he entered the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone, he would be able to locate the exit that led to Yanhuang realm and make his way to that place. For this reason, as long as Zhang Yi was close to the exit, he would definitely be there by now. Whoosh! With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian became even more anxious. He began to search for people. HM, there seems to be someone over there. I should go and see if there's anyone from Yanhuang realm there. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian made his way to the valley where the commotion was coming from and entered it. As he entered the valley, the voices that entered Duan Lingtian's ears grew louder and louder. At this moment, there was a group of people surrounding a person in the valley. The person who was surrounded was a woman who was completely covered in black. No matter if it was her body or her face, everything was covered in black. She looked very much like the assassins from the ancient dramas in Duan Lingtian's previous life. The reason why he could tell that she was a woman was because of the black clothes she was wearing, which showed the outline of her figure. Although this black outfit wasn't considered tight, the woman's figure was too good, so it still showed her silhouette. There was nothing better than a devilish figure. Hand over the celestial supreme treasure, or die. Someone from the group of people that surrounded the woman quickly shouted out. His voice was filled with killing intent, as if he would directly attack and kill the black-clothed woman at the slightest disagreement. Take off the black cloth on your face. As long as you look good and give me the immortal supreme treasure, I don't mind taking you in as a concubine. A sloppy-looking young man looked at the black-clothed woman and said, When we came in, didn't we agree? Everything in this heaven-rank treasure vault is to be obtained by one's own ability? Why are you going back on your word now that I have obtained the immortal supreme treasure? The black-clothed woman asked in a deep voice as she stared at the group of people surrounding her coldly. Although her voice was slightly gloomy, it was still very pleasant to the ears. Humph! Upon hearing the woman's response, some of the people around her had a change of expression as though they were in the wrong. However, there were even more people who snorted coldly and stared at her coldly. Who did not want a celestial supreme treasure? Perhaps, before the celestial supreme treasure appeared, the group of people could have a discussion. In this heaven-ranked treasure vault, everything would belong to whoever had the ability to obtain it. However, if the celestial supreme treasure was really obtained by someone, the others would definitely be unwilling to accept it. Under such circumstances, verbal promises were undoubtedly weak and powerless. She seems to be very confident. Although Duan Lingtian had just arrived, he could clearly feel that the black-clothed woman was very calm. This woman, who was completely shrouded in black, did not seem to show any fear or anxiety, even though she was surrounded by a group of people. She was still able to maintain her composure. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, this was a sign of confidence. Duan Lingtian's arrival naturally attracted the attention of everyone, including the black-clothed woman. However, after they glanced at Duan Lingtian, they quickly retracted their gazes. The group of people surrounding the black-clothed woman continued to stare at her. Meanwhile, the black-clothed woman continued to stare coldly at the people who were surrounding her. Everyone, just as the atmosphere between the black-clothed woman and the group of people surrounding her was about to explode, Duan Lingtian spoke in a timely manner. "Among all of you, is there anyone from Yanhuang realm?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the group of people present on the scene looked at Duan Lingtian again before they withdrew their gazes. Nobody paid any attention to Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was someone who had just entered the heaven-ranked treasure vault. Moreover, he was not even 100 years old like them. He was at most an eminent celestial. They could not be bothered with such a person, since he was not a threat to them at all. Perhaps most of them were not eminent celestials, but there were still 3 eminent celestials among them. Even if a mere eminent celestial was angry at them for ignoring him, could he really do anything to them? Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the group of people ignoring him. However, when he asked the question earlier, he had been observing the expressions of the group of people in front of him. In the end, he was certain one of them was from Yanhuang realm. After all, one's eyes could not lie. Kill her! Kill her! Take the celestial supreme treasure from her. While Duan Lingtian was looking at the person from Yanhuang realm again, the group of people in front of him had already begun to attack the black-clad woman. 5-colored energy surged out and formed a net that shrouded the black-clad woman. For a time, the black-clad woman was like a trapped beast that was firmly trapped. Humph! Just as the surrounding people made their moves, the black-clothed woman's exposed eyes suddenly surged with waves of coldness. With a raise of her hand, a dagger appeared in her hand. As soon as the dagger appeared, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. With just a glance, he could tell the dagger was a celestial supreme treasure. The dagger was a celestial supreme treasure. Whoosh! 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 Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the black-clad woman, who seemed to have become a trapped beast, waved her hand that was holding the dagger, and it seemed as if she had the help of the gods. She easily blocked the waves of vast energy that enveloped her. Strands of powerful aura rose from the woman in black and spread out. Oh no! As soon as the black-clad woman's aura surged out, the expressions of the 3 eminent celestials changed drastically when they sensed the danger they were in. As eminent celestials, their senses were much sharper than the others. After sensing the crisis, they also realized one thing. The black-clad woman might be an eminent celestial like them, but she was definitely stronger than a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. After obtaining the celestial supreme treasure, her strength has risen to such a level. In other words, before obtaining the celestial supreme treasure, her strength is already comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. Among the 3 eminent celestials who were attacking the black-clad woman, 2 of them had strength comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, they could not help but tremble in fear when they saw the black-clad woman's strength. At the same time, they began to think about retreating. During this time, the 2 eminent celestials whose strength was comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial looked at the black-clad woman with a hint of jealousy and fear in their eyes. If both of them had celestial supreme treasures as well, their strength would not be any weaker than the black-clad woman. She's hiding her strength. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was watching from afar, raised an eyebrow as though he had sensed something. As soon as Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow, boom! An even more powerful aura erupted from the black-clad woman who was being attacked by the group of eminent celestials. At the same time, the dagger in her hand moved even faster as it left streaks of light in the air. When these sharp lights passed by each other, it was as if they had the help of the gods, and they easily defeated the vast and mighty multicolored power. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air, stirring up a strong wind. After the black-clad woman's strength had increased, she had completely destroyed the group of people who were attacking her. The group of people's attacks were completely destroyed by the dagger in her hand. This is bad. We've underestimated her. Her strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial at least. When the black-clad woman defeated the group of people, the 2 eminent celestials whose strength was comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial were horrified. This was because they did not expect the black-clad woman to be so powerful. The black-clad woman before them had concealed her strength so well. If they had known the black-clad woman's strength was comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial before she obtained the celestial supreme treasure, they would not have dared to covet the celestial supreme treasure. Run. When the 3 eminent celestials discovered the black-clad woman's strength, they immediately turned and fled. However, would they be able to escape? In just a blink of an eye, the black-clad woman had killed the 3 eminent celestials and the group of people who were attacking her before they could even react. At this moment, only the black-clad woman and Duan Lingtian were left in the valley. You're from Yanhuang Realm? Chapter 2504. You want my celestial supreme treasure as well. The black-clad woman, whose entire body was shrouded in black, revealing only her eyes and beautiful hair that cascaded like a waterfall. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a vigilant gaze as she asked coldly, Duan Lingtian, who was already anxious because he could not find anyone from Yanhuang Realm, became impatient when he saw the black-clad woman did not answer his question. He said in a deep voice, If I want your celestial supreme treasure, why would I wait until now? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a wave of majestic energy surged out of his body. It was like a ball of flames that emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, streaks of sword light rapidly condensed and took shape around his body. Then they continuously revolved around him. At first, there were only a few sword rays. However, as time passed, more and more sword rays appeared. Whoosh! 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 A series of ear-piercing sword cries resonated in the air. The tens of thousands of sword rays around Duan Lingtian whistled and gathered in the air above his head. They combined in a very mysterious way. It was a sword formation. As soon as the sword formation appeared, it emitted a mysterious aura that spread out from the top of Duan Lingtian's head like ripples. It swept across a large area, not leaving a single corner untouched. When the mysterious aura enveloped the woman in black, her expression changed with a swoosh. Of course, because her face was blocked, it was impossible to see it at all. However, from the shock in her eyes, one could clearly see that she was not calm at all. Whoosh! Under the horrified gaze of the black-clad woman, the dagger in her hand actually injured her hand before it flew out swiftly as though it was being summoned by something. It flashed toward the sword formation that hovered above Duan Lingtian and became a part of the sword formation. You! Just as the black-clad woman was looking at Duan Lingtian in shock, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. With just a thought in Duan Lingtian's mind, the dagger that was attracted by the sword formation earlier was now in his hand. He allowed him to hold and examine it. Now, do you still think I want the immortal supreme treasure in your hands? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the black-clothed woman with an indifferent gaze. You're Duan Lingtian. However, the black-clad woman did not respond to Duan Lingtian's question. Instead, she exclaimed in shock. At this moment, the horror in her eyes grew even more intense. You know me? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. You're really Duan Lingtian? The black-clad woman exclaimed in surprise when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then she asked, Are you really as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro Realm who possessed a celestial supreme treasure when you're just an eminent celestial? Are you sure you're as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? I'll never change my name, Duan Lingtian replied, based on the black-clad woman's words. Duan Lingtian finally understood why the black-clad woman was able to call out his name. As it turned out, She had heard about his actions outside the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. It's really you. After obtaining further confirmation from Duan Ling Tian, the black-clad woman heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, the dread in her eyes when she looked at Duan Ling Tian disappeared and was replaced by a strong sense of curiosity. If the person in front of her was Duan Ling Tian, he might not be interested in the celestial supreme treasure in her possession. Even if he was interested in the celestial supreme treasure, he could have just killed her and taken it away. There was no need for him to waste time talking to her. Earlier, when I asked if any of you were from Yanhuang Realm, your gaze told me that you're from Yanhuang Realm, right? Duan Lingtian asked the black-clad woman. Earlier, when he asked the question, the black-clad woman's gaze was different from the others. To a certain extent, it revealed that she was from the Yanhuang Realm. Yes. This time, the black-clothed woman replied in time to Duan Lingtian. Earlier, she had ignored Duan Lingtian's question and asked Duan Lingtian if he wanted to take her celestial supreme treasure. That was why Duan Lingtian took her celestial supreme treasure away. After replying to Duan Lingtian, her gaze fell on the dagger in Duan Lingtian's hand. The dagger was the celestial supreme treasure she had obtained from the heaven-ranked treasure vault. Do you still want to take back this celestial supreme treasure? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the black-clad woman's reply. He did not forget to weigh the dagger in his hand as he asked the question, "Are you willing to return it to me?" The black-clad woman's eyes lit up when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. In fact, when the celestial supreme treasure was in Duan Lingtian's hands, she was already mentally prepared to lose it. She did not expect Duan Lingtian to be willing to return the celestial supreme treasure to her. If Duan Lingtian was willing to return the celestial supreme treasure to her, she would naturally want it. After all, it was a celestial supreme treasure. As long as you bring me to the exit that leads to Yanhuang Realm in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, I'm willing to return the celestial supreme treasure to you. Duan Lingtian stated his condition. It was not easy for him to meet someone from Yanhuang Realm. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not want to miss this opportunity. Therefore, he wanted her to lead him to the exit that led to Yanhuang Realm in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. You want to go to Yanhuang Realm. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the black-clad woman finally understood why Duan Lingtian had asked them if they were from Yanhuang Realm. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian wanted to go to Yanhuang Realm. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Don't you have a disciple from the Celestial Masters sect with you? Why don't you just ask him to bring you there? The black-clad woman asked curiously. She had heard about what Duan Lingtian had done outside the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Not only did she hear about how Duan Lingtian had managed to kill the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro Realm with a strength that was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, but she had also heard about how Duan Lingtian had a disciple from the Celestial Master's sect with him. You know about this as well. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. However, he did not conceal anything and continued to say, I brought him back to the Saint Province realm. Now that we've entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone again, we're separated again. I see. The black-clad woman nodded. Then, a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he saw the hint of cunning in the black-clad woman's eyes. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. You want me to bring you to the entrance of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone that leads to Yanhuang Realm. That's not a problem at all. However, before that, apart from returning the celestial supreme treasure to me, you have to help me clear the remaining obstacles in the heaven-ranked treasure vault. I want the divine ability at the back. As for the incomplete legacy, I'm not interested in it, so there's no need for you to help me clear all the trials in the heaven-ranked treasure vault, the black-clad woman said as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Don't push your luck. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. Returning your celestial supreme treasure is the best I can do. Now, you want me to help you obtain the divine ability in the heaven-rank treasure vault? I'm not pushing my luck. The slyness in the black-clad woman's eyes intensified. It shouldn't be difficult for you to help me clear the remaining trials, right? Naturally, it would not be difficult for Duan Lingtian to clear the remaining trials in the heaven-rank treasure vault. In fact, it would not be difficult for him to clear all the trials in the heaven-rank treasure vault. However, he did not want to waste too much time here. After all, it took time to comprehend and memorize the divine ability. Only by memorizing everything would he have a chance to master the divine ability in the future. My patience is limited. If you're unwilling, I'll look for someone else, Duan Lingtian said impatiently. If you want to find someone else, you can go now. It's not like I can't clear the next few stages myself. It'll just take me a little more time. It'll take some time, the black-clad woman said indifferently. Her words seemed to have caught Duan Lingtian by surprise. Aren't you worried I'll kill you? Duan Lingtian asked coldly as he stared at the black-clad woman. Will you? The black-clad woman asked. The slyness in her eyes did not diminish at all when she looked at Duan Lingtian. Humph! In the end, Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. However, he compromised in the end. It was not easy for him to find someone from the Yanhuang realm. If he missed this opportunity, he did not know when he would be able to find another one. The black-clad woman's eyes shone with a hint of smugness. Following her request, Duan Lingtian helped her clear the remaining trials. It took him 3 days and 3 nights. It was not that Duan Lingtian was not efficient, it was just that the trials were limited by the rules. Assist-type divine ability. Soon after, the divine ability in the heavenly secret treasure vault appeared before Duan Lingtian. It was an assist-type divine ability from a Devata realm. It's an assist-type divine ability. The black-clad woman was excited as she began to comprehend and memorize the assist-type divine ability. As long as she memorized the assist-type divine ability within a certain period of time, it meant she had obtained the divine ability. This was similar to how Duan Lingtian obtained the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. While the black-clad woman was comprehending and memorizing the assist-type divine ability, Duan Lingtian did not follow her. This was because Chapter 2505. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not interested in comprehending and memorizing an assist-type divine ability that was far inferior to the elementary devouring tactic. Even if he managed to memorize the assist-type divine ability, he would not waste his time comprehending and mastering it. After all, even if he managed to master it, it was far inferior to the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. For this reason, there was no need for him to memorize and comprehend the divine ability. While she's comprehending and memorizing the assist-type divine ability, I'll continue to comprehend the 13 green lotus swords. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he immersed himself in comprehending the divine ability. However, the divine ability he comprehended was the 13 green lotus swords. The 13 green lotus swords was an extremely powerful divine ability from the Devata realm. Although he had mastered it to a certain level, it was only comparable to ordinary divine abilities in the Devata realms at best. If he wanted to fully explore the 13 green lotus swords, he would have to further comprehend it. Duan Lingtian was immersed in comprehending the 13 green lotus swords. He seemed to have forgotten about time. It was only when the black-clad woman woke him up that he discovered the stone tablet that recorded the assist-type divine ability from the Devata realm had disappeared without a trace. Have you memorized it? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the black-clad woman. Yes, the black-clad woman nodded. Although only her eyes were exposed, Duan Lingtian could see the joy in her eyes. After I memorized it and opened my eyes, the stone tablet that recorded it disappeared after a few breaths. Upon hearing the black-clad woman's words, Duan Lingtian realized the joy in her eyes. As it turned out, she had almost missed out on the assist-type divine ability from the Devata realm. Can you bring me to the secret realm now? Duan Lingtian asked when he learned the black-clad woman had memorized the assist-type divine ability. To him, that was proper business. Let's go. The black-clad woman nodded and prepared to lead the way to the exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone that led to Yanhuang realm. Whoosh! However, just as the black-clad woman was about to leave the canyon and head east, Duan Lingtian suddenly raised his hand. A vast energy shrouded the black-clad woman and brought her along as though she had transformed into a bolt of lightning as she flew east. So fast! The black-clothed woman, who was being led by Duan Lingtian, also realized at this moment that Duan Lingtian was leading her. Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that it was not something her speed could compare to. However, a moment later, she realized something else. Duan Lingtian's speed became even faster. All of this was because Duan Lingtian had withdrawn a sword and executed the sword formation again. Moreover, he had even stepped on the sword formation as he moved. Take it. Just as the woman in black was still in shock over Duan Lingtian's ridiculous speed, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in her ears. In the next moment, she saw Duan Lingtian raising his hand and tossing the dagger to her as though it was a piece of trash. It's a celestial supreme treasure, you. The black-clothed woman was speechless when she saw Duan Lingtian casually tossing her celestial supreme treasure to her. The rest of the journey was extremely calm. In the end, the black-clothed woman broke the silence and broke the silence. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tang Xiao, and I'm a disciple of the Tang sect in Yanhuang realm. Not only did she introduce herself, but she also introduced the force behind her. Tang sect? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Tang Xiao's words. He could not help but ask the Tang sect you're from. Does it originate from planet Yanhuang? Yes. Tang Xiao nodded. Like the Celestial Masters sect, our Tang sect originates from planet Yanhuang. However, compared to the Celestial Masters sect, our Tang sect is slightly weaker since we don't have any 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Although our Tang sect is inferior to the Celestial Masters sect, even the Celestial Masters sect won't dare to make a move on us. Perhaps the Celestial Masters sect might be able to destroy our Tang sect, but as long as they don't kill all of us, the Celestial Masters sect won't be able to rest in peace. A hint of pride could be seen in Tang Xiao's eyes as she spoke. Is the Tang sect good at using hidden weapons? Duan Lingtian asked. When he was on Earth in his previous life, he had heard of the existence of the Tang sect. He had even met an old man from the Tang sect. The old man had taught him a flying knife skill, which had helped him escape from several dangerous situations. During those times, he had used up all his ammunition. If he did not have the flying dagger technique, he would have been shot full of holes by his opponents. For this reason, he could not help but feel a sense of familiarity when he heard Tang Xiao said she was from the Tang sect. Apart from that, he was also slightly shocked. As far as he could remember, the Tang sect was just a mundane sect that only knew how to use inner energy. However, Tang Xiao's appearance made him realize that the Tang sect was not simple at all. It was highly likely that the Tang sect had declined in the past. That was why he had such an impression of the Tang sect. How do you know about this? Tang Xiao was slightly surprised by Duan Lingtian's question. She asked again, Did the disciple of the Celestial Masters sect tell you about this? No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. While he was shaking his head, he raised his hand and formed a flying dagger in front of Tang Xiao. Then, with a very rough technique, he threw out the flying knife in his hand. This is the Tang sect's hidden weapon technique. Tang Xiao's eyes were filled with shock. Although Duan Lingtian's throwing technique was crude, Tang Xiao could still see traces of her Tang sect's hidden weapon technique from his crude technique. How do you know the Tang sect's hidden weapon technique? Tang Xiao asked in shock as she looked at Duan Lingtian. I met a senior from the Tang sect by chance in the past. He taught me. Duan Lingtian smiled. How dare he teach someone with his mediocre skills? He's a disgrace to the Tang sect. If I wasn't familiar with the Tang sect's hidden weapon technique, I wouldn't have been able to see the Tang sect's hidden weapon technique in your throwing technique. Tang Xiao said with a frown. Based on her words, she felt that the person who taught Duan Lingtian the flying dagger technique was a disgrace to the Tang sect. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Tang Xiao's words. In his previous life, during the Age of Chaos, it was already very rare for the Tang sect's old man to be able to use the Tang sect's hidden weapon technique. How could he be compared to Tang Xiao, who was the successor of the Tang sect? It's right up ahead. With Duan Lingtian's full speed, it did not take long for them to arrive at the entrance of the Beyond Heaven secret zone that led to Yanhuang realm. Tang Xiao reminded Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. We're here. After a while, Tang Xiao's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian noticed something. In the distance, a small black that appeared in his field of vision. As he got closer, the little black started to grow bigger and bigger. Finally, it turned into a huge black hole. It was like the bloody mouth of a spatial behemoth that wanted to swallow everyone who got close. Zhang Yi isn't here yet. After a while, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao arrived at the entrance of the Beyond Heaven secret zone that led to Yanhuang realm. They looked around for a while, but Zhang Yi was nowhere to be seen. It seems like he was sent to a place far away from here when he entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. After waiting for a day and a night, Zhang Yi finally arrived. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to arrive before me. Zhang Yi, who had just arrived, said in surprise when he saw Duan Lingtian was already waiting for him. Who is she? Zhang Yi's attention was attracted by the black-clad woman standing next to Duan Lingtian. The black-clad woman stood next to Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were cold and calm, and it seemed as though she was constantly emitting a cold aura. She's Tang Xiao. She's also from Yanhuang realm. Duan Lingtian said. Tang Xiao. Zhang Yi exclaimed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His eyes were filled with shock when he looked at the black-clad woman again. Why, you're the strongest person among the younger generation in Tang sect, Tang Xiao. That's me. Tang Xiao seemed to enjoy Zhang Yi's shock. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a smug expression on her face as though she was telling Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, you're the strongest person among the younger generation. I, Tang Xiao, am considered a celebrity in Yanhuang realm. The strongest person among the younger generation in Tang sect? Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Xiao in surprise when he heard Zhang Yi's words. Although he knew Tang Xiao was not weak, he did not expect Tang Xiao to be so strong. He did not expect Tang Xiao to be the strongest person among the younger generation in Tang sect. After Duan Lingtian introduced Zhang Yi to Tang Xiao, he prepared to return to Yanhuang realm with Zhang Yi. I'll go with you. Tang Xiao bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and Zhang Yi before she disappeared into the black hole in front of them. Meanwhile, at this moment, Duan Lingtian and his two companions appeared at the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone in Yanhuang realm. We're back. Zhang Yi smiled, almost at the same time as Duan Lingtian and the other two appeared. Zhang Yi. Chapter 2506. Swoosh. The expression of Zhang Yi, who was unprepared, immediately changed when the sudden angry cry entered Zhang Yi's ears. Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao, on the other hand, turned to look at the source of the voice. An old figure, could be vaguely seen in the distance. A few moments later, as the elderly figure approached, an old man appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Duan Ling Tian found the old man familiar. This old man, where have I seen him before? When Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man's face, he felt a sense of familiarity as though he had seen him somewhere before. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian discovered the old man had spoken to him before. Although the old man had called out Zhang Yi's name earlier, his eyes were fixed on Zhang Yi as soon as he appeared. His eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent. It was as though he wanted to tear Zhang Yi into pieces. He seems to hate me? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he saw the old man's expression. Although he felt that the old man in front of him looked familiar, he could not recall where he had seen this old man before. Lord, left guardian of Dharma. While Duan Ling Tian was wondering why the old man was glaring at him, Zhang Yi, who was standing next to him, exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on? The left guardian of Dharma?" Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow when he heard Zhang Yi's words. "It's him." Duan Ling Tian knew who the old man was when he heard Zhang Yi's words. The old man was none other than Zhang Chu-he, the left guardian of Dharma in Celestial Master's sect. No wonder he looks familiar. As it turns out, he's Zhang Yunfei's grandfather. After killing Zhang Yunfei in the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, Duan Ling Tian learned from Zhang Yi that the Celestial Master's sect Zhang Yunfei was a celestial. Zhang Yunfei's grandfather was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Celestial Master's sect. Zhang Yunfei's strength was on par with the other 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Celestial Master's sect. Free Cloud Taoist. However, this Zhang Chuha is quite similar to that Zhang Yunfei. After learning that the old man in front of him was Zhang Yunfei's grandfather, Zhang Chu-he, the left guardian of Dharma of the Celestial Master sect, Duan Ling Tian could not help but take a few more glances at him. From the beginning to the end, Zhang Chuha's appearance had not aroused even the slightest bit of fear. This was actually quite normal. After all, Duan Ling Tian was currently as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Why would he be afraid of an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? Zhang Yi, you colluded with an outsider to kill your fellow disciple. Today, I'll execute you according to the sect's rules. Zhang Chu, he stepped through the air with a mighty aura as his cold eyes landed on Zhang Yi. As he spoke, it was as if the Grim Reaper had descended. The Grim Reaper's scythe whistled through the air, intending to kill Zhang Yi. Shua! Zhang Yi's expression changed drastically. Zhang Chuha seemed to be walking slowly in the air, but as he flew over, Zhang Yi found that the space around him was sealed by an extremely powerful invisible force, causing him to be unable to move his body even if he tried his best. Humph! Duan Ling Tian snorted coldly when he saw Zhang Chu, he charging toward Zhang Yi and attempting to restrain him. Zhang Yi's expression changed drastically when he saw this. In the next moment, elementary devouring tactic. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian cast the elementary devouring tactic, causing his strength to rise by 2 levels. Sword formation. At the same time, the celestial sword that appeared out of thin air in Duan Ling Tian's hand began to revolve around him. In just a blink of an eye, tens of thousands of sword rays appeared and formed a sword formation above his head. This sword formation was a technique granted to Duan Ling Tian by the 5th stage of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the heart and sword amalgamation. With just a thought, tens of thousands of soldiers would submit to him. Apart from having the ability to make tens of thousands of soldiers submit to him, the sword formation also contained a powerful offensive strength. It was much more powerful than the body and sword amalgamation. Break! Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold. The sword formation above his head suddenly shot out and circled around Zhang Yi. Instantly, boom, 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 boom. A series of thunderous explosions reverberated in the air. Around where Zhang Yi stood in the void, a number of long and ferocious void cracks appeared out of thin air. They were like black pythons that constantly swayed their bodies, causing those who saw them to feel their hair stand on end. Barf! As for Zhang Chuha, who had come with a ferocious momentum and wanted to kill Zhang Yi, he was caught off guard and suffered a backlash from the force that had imprisoned Zhang Yi. As his body came to a halt midway, he could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. He had suffered a backlash because he had not unleashed his full strength earlier. When Duan Lingtian's sword formation shot out, its strength was comparable to the full strength of an ordinary 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Naturally, Zhang Chuhi, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who had not unleashed his full strength, would not be able to withstand it. For this reason, he was injured by the backlash since he was caught off guard. How can you be so strong? At the same time that Zhang Chu, he extended his hand to wipe off the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze filled with astonishment and disbelief. The purple-clad young man standing before him was the person who had killed his grandson, Zhang Yunfei. He wanted to kill Zhang Yunfei as soon as possible. The reason he was waiting here was to wait for Zhang Yi to reveal the identity of the person who killed his grandson. Then he would go to the mundane realm where the person who killed his grandson was and avenge his grandson. However, what he did not expect was that while he was waiting for Zhang Yi to show up, the person who killed his grandson also showed up. He did not need to get information from Zhang Yi anymore. Therefore, he planned to kill Zhang Yi directly, and then kill the people around Zhang Yi to avenge his grandson. However, he did not expect Zhang Yi to be so strong. He did not expect the person who had killed his grandson to be so strong. Based on the strength Zhang Yi had displayed earlier, it was not inferior to his full strength. Are you surprised? Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at Zhang Chu, he indifferently. You're only an eminent celestial. Don't tell me you've obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Zhang Chu, he asked in disbelief. Does it have anything to do with you? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Brat, don't be too arrogant. Zhang Chu, he was furious when he saw how arrogant an eminent celestial was. Although he knew Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to his, he could not help but feel enraged. Arrogant? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as they flashed coldly. It seems like you're the one who's blocking our way, right? Do you think I'm the one who's arrogant? Humph. Zhang Chu, he snorted coldly. I'm not blocking you. I'm blocking Zhang Yi. He colluded with outsiders to kill his fellow disciple. I'm just executing him according to the rules of the Celestial Master's sect. I hope you won't interfere. Ha! Upon hearing Zhang Chu's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. It was as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. What are you laughing at? Zhang Chu's eyes were burning with rage. It was as though he could burn everything in his sight. I'm laughing at how you don't dare to say it out loud, even though you know I'm the one who killed your grandson. Are you trying to stall for time and wait for your reinforcements to arrive before attacking me together? Earlier, when Zhang Chu he sent out the message, Duan Lingtian had naturally noticed it. For this reason, it was not difficult for him to guess Zhang Chu's intentions. Zhang Chu, he must have thought Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. That was why he was not confident he could kill Duan Lingtian. What a joke! Do you think you're worthy of me looking for reinforcements? Zhang Chu's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, his words were unyielding. Is that so? Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. However, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. However, since you're so interested, I'll wait here for your reinforcements. However, my patience is limited. I'll only wait for 15 minutes at most. If your reinforcements don't arrive after 15 minutes, don't blame me for being merciless, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. His gaze turned cold when he looked at Zhang Chuhe. Zhang Chu, he felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. How arrogant! Zhang Chu, he was livid when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. In his opinion, this person who had killed his grandson was only comparable to an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian, and it would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to kill him as well. However, Duan Lingtian had said he would not show him any mercy. Did Duan Lingtian think he was a pushover? Left guardian of Dharma. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Chuha and said anxiously, "That day, Zhang Yunfei died purely because he coveted the celestial supreme treasure in my friend's possession. If it wasn't for that, my friend wouldn't have killed him." Left guardian of Dharma. You must have notified the right guardian to come over, right? Left guardian of Dharma, I hope you'll reconsider. It's fine if you want to get involved, but don't drag the right guardian into this as well. Zhang Yi's tone turned slightly gloomy when he spoke. What did you say? Zhang Chu, he was furious when he heard Zhang Yi's words. Based on what you're saying, even if the right guardian comes, both of us together won't be a match for this brat. What a joke. Do you really think he's Feng Qingyang who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the beyond heaven's secret zone? Chapter 2507. The Left Guardian of Dharma. Duan Lingtian killed Wu Shao, the strongest 8-tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. His strength is comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Zhang Yi said in a deep voice, let alone the right guardian, even Lord Sect Leader and the Free Cloud Ancestor wouldn't be able to stop Duan Lingtian from leaving. Zhang Yi was well aware of Duan Lingtian's strength. The reason why he was telling Zhang Chuha this was to remind him not to involve the Celestial Master sect in his personal grudges. It would only drag the Celestial Master's sect down. In Yanhuang realm, the Celestial Master's sect was a powerful sect, but Duan Lingtian was all alone. If they became enemies, it would be a disaster for the Celestial Master's sect. As a disciple of the Celestial Master's sect, naturally, he did not want to see the Celestial Master's sect and Duan Lingtian become enemies. For this reason, he did not hesitate to warn Zhang Chu. When he learned Zhang Chu, he had sent a message to look for help. Duan Lingtian. As it turns out, he's Duan Lingtian. He killed a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow. When Zhang Chuhe was in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, he had heard that Duan Lingtian had killed a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow. He had even heard that Duan Lingtian had killed a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. However, the reason the 7-tribulation bodiless celestial was killed was because Duan Lingtian had used a technique to snatch a celestial supreme treasure. In other words, although the 7-tribulation bodiless celestial possessed a celestial supreme treasure, it was useless. Naturally, this was the extent of Zhang Chuhe's knowledge. He knew nothing about what had happened to Duan Lingtian outside the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. For this reason, he did not believe Zhang Yi's words. He thought that Zhang Yi was purposely mystifying him and wanted him to back off so that he could escape. If Zhang Yi was not deliberately mystifying things, and if Duan Lingtian was really that powerful, why would he waste so much time talking to him? Wouldn't it be easier to just kill him? However, Zhang Chu would never have dreamed that this would happen. The reason why Duan Lingtian was acting so normally was because of Zhang. Protector Chu, you sent a message for me to come over. Did you encounter something troublesome? Just as 15 minutes were about to pass, a bell-like voice rang out from afar. Subsequently, an old man with a short, yet extraordinarily robust figure appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, he arrived by Zhang Chuhi's side and stared fiercely at Duan Lingtian and the others. Zhang Yi. The short and sturdy old man was stunned when he saw Zhang Yi standing next to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, this is Guardian Shizhong, the right guardian of our Celestial Master's sect. My master is indebted to him. If it's possible, please have mercy on him. Zhang Yi sighed inwardly when he saw the old man. He could not help but send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to plead for Shizhong, the right guardian of the Celestial Master sect. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian gave Zhang Yi a reassuring look before he replied through voice transmission. Apart from Zhang Chuhi, I won't kill anyone else in the Celestial Master's sect. After all, I know you want to stay in the Celestial Master's sect. My roots are still there after all. Zhang Yi sighed. Guardian Shizhong, Zhang Yi colluded with outsiders to kill fellow disciples and my grandson, Zhang Yunfei. He deserves to die. Zhang Chu, he said in a deep voice. Swoosh. As soon as Zhang Chu he finished speaking, the expression of the right guardian of the Celestial Master's sect, Shizhong, changed. He stared at Zhang Yi fiercely and asked, What are you talking about? He glared at Zhang Yi and asked, Zhang Yi, is what Guardian Chu, he said, true? You colluded with outsiders to kill Zhang Yunfei? Although Zhang Yi's master was one of the juniors he liked, Zhang Yunfei was one of the most outstanding juniors in the Celestial Master sect. However, Zhang Yunfei was one of the best in the younger generation of the Sage sect, second only to his twin brother, Zhang Yunting. He was of great significance to the Sage sect. Therefore, he was furious when he heard Zhang Yi colluded with outsiders to kill Zhang Yunfei. Right, Guardian? Facing Shizhong's questioning, Zhang Yi was just about to explain when he was interrupted by Zhang Chuhi's cold snort. Zhang Yi, what else do you want to say? I saw it with my own eyes through the mirror image. How dare you refute me? Today, I will first kill the person who killed my grandson, and then I will settle the score with you. After leaving these words behind, Zhang Chuhi's figure flashed out and drew out a long ray of light in the sky that flashed towards Duan Lingtian like a jade rainbow piercing through the sun. Moreover, he did not hold back at all when he attacked. At this moment, he could no longer hold back. After all, Zhang Chu was not any weaker than him. You overestimate yourself. Duan Lingtian lowered his eyes when he saw Zhang Chu he charging at him menacingly. He extended his hands as though he was giving an order. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The moment Duan Lingtian extended his arms, the sword formation above his head seemed to have eyes as it whistled out to meet Zhang Chuhi, who was charging at him menacingly. Bang, 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 bang. Faced with Duan Lingtian's sword formation that was as powerful as an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial's full-powered attack, Zhang Chuhi immediately unleashed all his strength. He did not dare to hold back at all as he chose to meet Duan Lingtian's sword formation head-on. Chi, 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 chi. A series of noises rang in the air as though something was being torn apart. It was the voice that came from the space where Zhang Chuha was. When Zhang Chu he took Duan Lingtian's sword formation head-on, the space in front of him seemed to have collapsed and caved in. Moreover, countless dense cracks appeared in the space like countless spider webs that were intertwined together. How powerful! Tang Xiao Zhao's eyes lit up when she saw this. She was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Although she had heard about Duan Lingtian's strength, hearing about it and seeing it with her own eyes were two completely different things. She knew Zhang Chu. He was a bona fide 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Wow. Although Zhang Chuha managed to block most of the power of the sword array, in the end his strength was still slightly inferior, and he was directly blasted away by the power of the sword array. Once again, he spat out a large mouthful of blood, his figure in a sorry state. Seeing this, Shi Zhong's pupils suddenly constricted. At the same time, he began to seriously size up the purple-clothed young man in front of him. When he first arrived, the divine consciousness he extended out told him the purple-clad young man was only an eminent celestial. However, this eminent celestial had actually defeated Zhang Chuhi, the left guardian of the Celestial Master's sect, in a head-on battle. Although it was a narrow victory, a victory was a victory. No wonder Zhang Chu, he sent me a message to come over. So he's a ruthless character. Looking at the purple-clothed young man in front of him, Shi Zhong's eyes suddenly narrowed. There was a faint trace of fear in his heart, but he was not afraid at all. After all, based on the strength the purple-clothed young man had displayed, he and Zhang Chu, he could easily deal with him if they joined forces. "Sir, are you the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the beyond heaven's secret zone?" Shi Zhong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked bluntly, "May I know which force you're from?" "Guardian Shi Zhong, he's not from Yanhuang realm." At this moment, Zhang Chuhi, who had just recovered from his injuries, said in a deep voice, "He's from the Saint Province realm, a small, mundane realm. There's a sword type, celestial supreme treasure, in his sword array." "A celestial sword?" Upon hearing Zhang Chuhi's words, Shi Zhong looked at the sword array above Duan Lingtian's head. Indeed, there was a celestial sword in it. Immediately, his eyes burned with passion. "Do people from the Celestial Masters' sect have so much to say?" Duan Lingtian said impatiently as he looked at Zhang Chuhi and Shi Zhong indifferently. He had waited for Shi Zhong to come over to pave the way for Zhang Yi. However, since Shi Zhong was here, he did not want to waste any more time. How arrogant! Zhang Chuhi's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's impatient words. Shi Zhong's expression darkened immediately. He felt that this purple-clad young man was too arrogant. Humph! Right when Zhang Chuhi grunted coldly and pounced towards Duan Lingtian, once more like a cockroach that refused to be killed. "Shi Zhong, you're the right guardian of the Celestial Master's sect, right? I waited for you to come because I wanted you to watch a good show. Now that you're here, it's time for a good show to begin." Duan Lingtian did not even look at Zhang Chu, he who was charging at him again. Instead, he looked at Shi Zhong and said nonchalantly, "A good show?" Shi Zhong, who was about to join forces with Zhang Chu, he was stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. He saw another scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the sword formation in the air above his head whistled as it shot out again. However, this time it wasn't just one sword formation that was whistling out. Instead, it was more than 5 or 6 sword formations. The sword formations that shot out from the back quickly merged with the first sword formation, causing it to emit a terrifying destructive aura. Duan Lingtian had unleashed his divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, with all his might. This aura, Shi Zhong was familiar with this aura. No. Impossible. No. Zhang Chu, his panicked voice, rang in the air. This time he was annihilated by the sword formation in the blink of an eye. He did not even have time to finish his sentence. 9. 9 tribulation bodiless, celestial. H's strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless, celestial. The scene before him made Shi Zhong tremble in fear, and it also made Shi Zhong realize that the purple-clad young man's strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm, who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial during the Beyond Heaven secret zone, was only this strong before he ascended, right? Chapter 2508. Zhang Chu, he was the left guardian of Dharma, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. He was killed by Duan Lingtian in just a single blow. It was as though Duan Lingtian was a completely different person compared to before, because in the previous exchange, Duan Lingtian wasn't much stronger than Zhang Chuhi, However, at this moment, even Shizhong, the right guardian of Celestial Master's sect, could tell Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. He was certain Duan Lingtian had held back during the previous exchange. He was certain Duan Lingtian had only used his full strength at this moment and killed Zhang Chuhi, who was on par with him, in just a single blow. This purple-clad young man is another Feng Qingyang. Shizhong felt a chill run down his spine when he thought of this. At the same time, he was glad he did not make a move in time. Otherwise, Zhang Chu, he would not be the only one who would be killed. He knew his limits. With the strength Duan Lingtian displayed now that he could kill Zhang Chu, he as easily as killing a chicken. Even if he was facing the joint forces of Zhang Chu, he and him, Duan Lingtian would not feel any pressure at all. In the entire Celestial Master's sect, I'm afraid only Ancestor Xianyin is a match for him. Shizhong thought to himself. Soon after, Shizhong's expression tensed up as he clenched his fists tightly. His palms were sweating profusely. All of this was because he had discovered. He discovered that the purple-clad young man who killed Zhang Chu, he was looking at him indifferently. Although there was no killing intent in the purple-clad young man's eyes, he could not help but feel frightened. Because he knew, if the purple-clad young man wanted to kill him, it would only take him a blink of an eye. Guardian Shizhong, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Shizhong and said indifferently, I'm Duan Lingtian from the Saint Province realm. Zhang Yi is a friend I made in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Zhang Yunfei from the Celestial Masters sect tried to steal my celestial supreme treasure and was killed by me. This has nothing to do with Zhang Yi. Whether it was killing Zhang Yunfei in the Beyond Heaven mystery zone or killing Zhang Chuha just now, I, Duan Lingtian, have a clear conscience. If your Celestial Master's sect has a grudge against me, feel free to seek revenge on me. I'm always ready. However, if you vent your anger on Zhang Yi because of this, don't blame me for going to the Celestial Master's sect and making a scene. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his gaze turned sharp and piercing as he spoke. Hiss! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Shizhong couldn't help but gasp. With Duan Lingtian's strength, if he really went to the Celestial Master's sect and made a ruckus, the Celestial Master's sect would definitely be in chaos. After all, with the strength that Duan Lingtian had shown so far, even the strongest person in the Celestial Master sect could only fight to a draw with Duan Lingtian at most. Most importantly, the strongest person in the Celestial Master's sect would not be able to protect everyone in the Celestial Master's sect at all times. Apart from that, not only does Zhang Yi possess the celestial supreme treasure I gave him, but he also possesses an offensive divine ability from a Devata realm. If the Celestial Master's sect nurtures him well and passes on the assist-type divine ability and celestial method from the Devata realm to him, he'll definitely surpass Zhang Yunfei in the future. After threatening the Celestial Master's sect in front of Shizhong, Duan Lingtian began to think about the Celestial Master sect. As long as the Celestial Master's sect nurtured Zhang Yi with all their might, Zhang Yi would definitely surpass Zhang Yi. Celestial Supreme Treasure? An offensive divine ability from a Devata realm? Shizhong gasped again when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He turned to look at Zhang Yi with a puzzled expression on his face. It was as though he wanted to verify Duan Lingtian's words with Zhang Yi. When he saw Zhang Yi nodding, he was certain Duan Lingtian was right. Duan Lingtian was not lying. Apart from that, I'm friends with Brother Xianyuan Ji from the the Arch Mansion. I heard from Brother Xianyuan Ji that he's close to the Free Cloud Celestial Masters sect. Please tell the Free Cloud Celestial Masters sect that I'll visit the Celestial Masters sect if I have the chance. Duan Lingtian continued to say as he looked at Shizhong. After he finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Yi, who was standing next to him, and said bluntly, Zhang Yi, this is all I can do for you. That's enough, Zhang Yi replied gratefully. That's enough, Zhang Yi replied gratefully. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was enough to guarantee his safety in the Celestial Master's sect. In fact, he had already heaved a sigh of relief when Zhang Chu he was killed by Duan Lingtian. After all, he had said Zhang Chu he was the biggest obstacle to his return to the Celestial Masters sect. Now that Zhang Chu he was dead, coupled with Duan Lingtian's help, his life in the Celestial Masters sect would only be better than before. Xian Yuanji? Shi Zhong was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. You're friends with Senior Xian Yuanji? Xian Yuanji was one of the 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in the Yellow, the Archmansion. He was also a close friend of the Free Cloud Celestial in the Celestial Master sect. Shi Zhong was aware of this. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he raised his hand and a purple gold order token appeared in his hand. As soon as he sent his energy into it, a purple gold light shot out of the order token and pointed to the north. The Yellow Arch Mansion is in the north. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he did not plan to go to the Yellow Arch Mansion immediately. Even if he went to the Yellow Arch Mansion now, Xian Yuanji might not have returned. If I have time after returning from Earth, I'll pay a visit to the Yellow Arch Mansion. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Now that he had returned to Yanhuang Realm, his first thought was to return to Earth. Earth was his hometown in his past life. Moreover, his obsession was there as well. In the past, Duan Lingtian did not know he would be able to return to Earth. After all, he did not care much about his past life. However, now that he knew there was a chance for him to return to Earth, he could not help but recall how he was betrayed by his manager in his past life. His heart burned with anger. I'd like to ask him why he betrayed me back then. Duan Lingtian still could not let go of the fact that his manager had betrayed him and killed him in his past life. After all, he had always regarded his manager as a brother and the only family he had in his past life. He had never thought he would die in his manager's hands. Now a few decades have passed. Calculating the time, he's already old. I hope he's still alive. It had been a few decades since Duan Lingtian had transmigrated to this world. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's manager in his past life must be in his 70s or 80s now. In fact, he might have died of old age. It doesn't matter if he's still on Earth or not. I'm going back. Even if it's just a glance and stay for a while. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This is the violet gold order of the Yellow Arch Mansion. While Duan Lingtian was playing with the violet gold order token, Shi Zhong, the right guardian of the Celestial Masters sect, narrowed his eyes when he saw the violet gold order token in Duan Lingtian's hand. This was because the violet gold token in Duan Lingtian's hand was no ordinary token. As far as Shi Zhong knew, apart from the older generation powerhouses who had ascended to the Devata realms, there were only a handful of people who possessed the purple gold token. Without exception, all of them were top experts in Yanhuang Realm. To the people of the Xianyuan Mansion, to outsiders, those who held the purple gold token were all friends of the Yellow, the Arch Mansion. Making an enemy out of them was equivalent to making an enemy out of the Yellow, the Arch Mansion. To those who held the purple gold token, it was equivalent to meeting the Mansion Master of Yellow, the Arch Mansion. I almost forgot. Although he's only an eminent celestial, his strength is comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. It's not surprising that he possesses the violet gold order from the Yellow, the Arch Mansion. Shi Zhong felt relieved when he thought about this. Zhang Yi, if I have time before I ascend, I'll look for you in the Celestial Masters sect. If I don't have time, let's meet in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Yi with a smile on his face. He did not have many friends in his life, but he cherished each and every one of them. All right, Zhang Yi nodded solemnly. To him, apart from being a friend, Duan Lingtian was also his benefactor. He really wanted to tell Duan Lingtian that he would not return to the Celestial Master sect for the time being. He would return after Duan Lingtian had ascended. However, On second thought, with his strength, he would only be a burden even if he stayed by Duan Lingtian's side. Therefore, he did not say those words in the end. "Let's go." Duan Lingtian called out to Tang Xiao Xiao, and the two of them left. Their figures disappeared from Zhang Yi and Shizhong's sight in the blink of an eye. "Zhang Yi, you've made an amazing friend." When Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared, Shizhong retracted his gaze. At the same time, he looked at Zhang Yi and sighed. "I know." Zhang Yi nodded. He had also retracted his gaze, but there was a hint of reluctance in the depths of his eyes. He knew clearly in his heart. This time, he was separated from Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian did not have the time to see him before he ascended, it would be difficult for them to meet again in the future. The Devata realms were vast and boundless. If one Devata realm was already like this, let alone the 81 Devata realms. Zhang Yi, did Duan Lingtian obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial during the opening of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone? Shizhong could not help but ask as he looked at Zhang Yi. Although he was certain Duan Lingtian had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, his strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, even though he was only an eminent celestial. However, even though he felt that way, he couldn't help but want to confirm it. He was certain Zhang Yi had the right to say this. No. However, Shizhong did not expect Zhang Yi to shake his head in response to his question. Chapter 2509. Duan Lingtian did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Shizhong froze on the spot with an expression of shock and disbelief on his face. Actually, when he asked Zhang Yi about this, he was just asking casually. After all, he was certain that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Duan Lingtian must have obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, Zhang Yi was telling him that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. He was certain that Duan Lingtian did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. He's so strong without obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Is he even human? Shizhong muttered to himself when he regained his senses. Although Duan Lingtian did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he's the successor of Senior Feng Qingyang, who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. Zhang Yi explained. No wonder. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, realization dawned on Shizhong. If that's the case, it makes sense. However, I didn't expect the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial would pass it on to his successor. Doesn't this mean if the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial is willing to share it with someone else, that person will have a chance to obtain the inheritance as well? Shizhong's eyes lit up when he thought of this. He turned to look at Zhang Yi and asked, Zhang, you said the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial is Duan Lingtian's friend. Lord Right Protector, don't even think about that person's idea. Zhang Yi seemed to know what Shizhong was thinking. That person is currently with Senior Xianyuan Ji from the Yellow Arch Mansion. Moreover, he's now a guest elder of the Yellow Arch Mansion. In another 2 years, he'll leave the Beyond Heaven's secret zone with Senior Xianyuan Ji and return to the Yellow Arch Mansion. The Yellow Arch Mansion actually beat us to it. Shizhong smiled wryly. At the same time, he dismissed the idea of recruiting the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Since that person had gone to the Yellow Arch Mansion, the Celestial Masters sect no longer had anything to do with him. Let's go back. Shizhong looked at Zhang Yi with a complicated expression on his face before he continued to say, I didn't expect the opening of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone would bring you so much success. If you work hard when you return, you might even be able to defeat Zhang Yunting. I can already imagine when your master learns of all this, he will definitely be grinning from ear to ear. Shizhong said, "Hee hee." When Zhang Yi heard Shizhong's words, he smiled shyly in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi followed Shizhong back to the Celestial Master's sect. Meanwhile, under Tang Xiao Zhao's lead, Duan Lingtian had arrived at one of the transporting formations on the planet that led to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone in Yanhuang Realm. Is that a teleportation array? Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb as he looked at the huge, complex pattern on the ground in front of him. This was the first time he had seen such an exaggerated teleportation array. Yes. Tang Xiao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, nodded. This is the interstellar transportation formation. The mother formation is divided into 81 subformations. Come with me. Under Tang Xiao's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at a subformation of the interstellar transportation formation. Although the area of this subarray was far smaller than the main array, it was enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people, and there was a stone tablet beside it. On top of the stone tablet, there was a large notch. You just need to put the holy stone in and then click on the galaxy you want to go to. It will then send you to the mother planet of that galaxy. Look, this teleportation array is connected to the mother planets of 9 galaxies, Tang Xiao said as she pointed to the stone tablet beside her. Duan Lingtian glanced over and realized, on one side of the stone tablet, there are some words engraved, and he recognized these words: Cloud Mist Galaxy, Boulder Galaxy, Lucy Galaxy. There was a mechanical button in each of the places marked with the words Mother Planet. It looked very flexible. Come with me to the galaxy, where the Tang sect is located first, Tang Xiao said as she took out a pile of holy stones and filled the notch on the stone tablet. At the same time, she pressed the mechanical button corresponding to the Cloud Mist Galaxy. If you want to go to the galaxy where the Tang sect is located from here, you'll need to make 3 transits. As soon as Tang Xiao's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian discovered something. When Tang Xiao pressed the mechanical button, the pile of holy stones that she had just put into the notch was swallowed by an invisible force that extended from the notch. Following that, the subformation of the interstellar transportation formation that he and Tang Xiao were in began to emit a dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, he and Tang Xiao were enveloped by the light that extended from the teleportation array. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's vision turned dark. However, this situation only lasted for a while. After a while, his eyes lit up again. At this time, he discovered that he was in another place. He had already arrived at another place, and this place was also the location of an interstellar transportation formation. He and Tang Xiao happened to be in the middle of a subformation. Whoosh! Whoosh! After 2 more transits, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao finally arrived at the galaxy where the Tang sect was located. This is the mother planet of the Tang sect's galaxy, planet Shu Tang. Tang Xiao introduced Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian. Planet Shu Tang? Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he guessed that this planet was named by the ancestors of the Tang sect. It was on Earth where he lived in his previous life. The Tang sect was known as the Tang sect of Shu. If I want to go to planet Yanhuang, how do I get there? Duan Lingtian asked. This was what he wanted to do the most at the moment. Because there's no teleportation array on planet Yanhuang. If you want to go to planet Yanhuang, you'll have to teleport to a galaxy near the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located. Then, you'll have to cross the galaxy with your physical body to reach planet Yanhuang. Tang Xiao said. Duan Lingtian nodded. When they were still in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, Tang Xiao had learned from Duan Lingtian that Duan Lingtian had come to Yanhuang Realm to go to planet Yanhuang. For this reason, she had brought Duan Lingtian here to make it easier for Duan Lingtian to return to planet Yanhuang. Then, send me to a galaxy near the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he spoke impatiently. It's not that simple. However, Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head in response to Duan Lingtian's eagerness. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat and his brows furrowed. It's easy to teleport you to a galaxy near the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located. However, once you're in a galaxy near the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located, you'll have to confirm the direction and location of planet Yanhuang before you can reach the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located. Right? Tang Xiaoxiao said, Can't the people nearby show me the way? Duan Lingtian asked. In his opinion, when he arrived at a galaxy near the galaxy where planet Yanhuang was located, he could just ask a random person for the location of planet Yanhuang. As long as he arrived at the galaxy where planet Yanhuang was located, it would not be difficult for him to find planet Yanhuang. It's not that simple. Tang Xiao shook her head and said, As far as I know, with the passage of time, fewer and fewer people pay attention to planet Yanhuang. Unless you can obtain the star map of the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located, it'll be difficult for you to find the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located even if you teleport to a nearby galaxy. Star map? Duan Lingtian was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of this term. After Tang Xiaoxiao explained, he learned that a star map was a star map. After all, a star map was similar to a map. As long as he got the star map of a star area, he would have a clear direction in that star area. He wouldn't be confused and disoriented. Then, do you have a way to obtain the star map? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened as he looked at Tang Xiaoxiao. After all, as long as he obtained the star map of the galaxy where planet Yanhuang was located, he would be able to find the galaxy where planet Yanhuang was located and return to planet Yanhuang. At that time, he would have achieved his goal of coming to Yanhuang realm. Currently, the star map of the star region around the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located is considered a rare item in Yanhuang realm. Tang Xiaoxiao said. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. Based on Tang Xiaoxiao's words, it seemed like it would be difficult for him to obtain the star map. What are you doing? Tang Xiaoxiao could not help but laugh when she saw the change in Duan Lingtian's expression. However, her face was blocked, so he could not see her smile. I said the star map is rare, but I didn't say I don't know where to find it. My ancestor has a hobby of collecting all kinds of star maps. As far as I know, he has the star map of the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located. Tang Xiaoxiao said. Upon hearing Tang Xiaoxiao's words, Duan Lingtian glared at her. Why didn't you say so earlier? You're too impatient. Tang Xiaoxiao continued to say with a smile. All right, let's return to the Tang Sec's estate. I'll take you to see the ancestor. However, whether or not you'll be able to obtain the star atlas from the ancestor will depend on your own ability. Isn't he your ancestor? Can't you just ask him for it? Duan Lingtian said with a frown. It's not that simple. Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, My ancestor has a strange temper. Usually, he'll give it to me if I ask him for it. However, he cherishes the star atlases in his possession as much as his life. Even I find it difficult to borrow the star atlases from him. Take me to him first. Duan Lingtian could tell from Tang Xiaoxiao's words that her ancestor was difficult to deal with. However, no matter how difficult it was, he had to meet her ancestor. Chapter 2510. All right. Tang Xiaoxiao waved her hand and removed the veil on her face, attracting Duan Lingtian's attention. Along the way, Tang Xiaoxiao was dressed in black, and her face was covered by a black veil. She had never revealed her true appearance. However, she took the initiative to remove the black veil on her face. This It did not cross Duan Ling Tian's mind that Tang Xiaoxiao's face was peerless under the black veil. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting. Her nose was straight, her eyes were big and watery, and her lips were pink and delicate. Most importantly, when Tang Xiaoxiao looked at him with a smile, 2 shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks. Duan Ling Tian was in a daze when he saw her. Duan Ling Tian had seen many beautiful women in the past. Amongst them, his 2 wives, Ko-er, Li Fei, and his close female friend, Feng Tianwu. With the best amongst them, however, Tang Xiaoxiao was not inferior to Ko-er, Li Fei, and Feng Tianwu. It was to the extent that because she was a different type of beauty from Ko-er, Li Fei, and Feng Tianwu, it gave her a different feeling. Everyone had a love for beauty. Duan Ling Tian was no exception. However, after being stunned for a moment, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his gaze, and his heart was like a rock, standing firm and unmoved. "What's wrong? Did I scare you because I'm too ugly?" Tang Xiaoxiao asked teasingly when she saw Duan Ling Tian regaining his senses after a brief moment. In the depths of her eyes, there was a hint of mockery mixed in. "If you're considered ugly, how are most of the women in this world going to live?" Duan Ling Tian smiled dryly. "I didn't know you were so good with words." Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully and said, "I'm sure you have many women around you, right?" However, Duan Ling Tian's smile froze when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. Then he clenched his fists tightly. An invisible, murderous aura emanated from his body, sending chills down Tang Xiaoxiao's spine. Did I say something wrong?" The smile on Tang Xiaoxiao's face disappeared when she saw that Duan Ling Tian seemed to have changed into a different person. So did her beautiful dimples. Now, when she looked at Duan Ling Tian again, she was a little nervous. "I'm fine." Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's panicked words. At the same time, he withdrew the murderous aura from his body. When Tang Xiaoxiao mentioned the women around him, he thought of Ko-er, Li Fei, and Feng Tianwu. At the same time, he thought about the plight of the 3 women and the culprit, Yun Qingyan. For a moment, he lost control of his emotions. Although Duan Ling Tian had returned to normal, Tang Xiaoxiao no longer dared to joke around. At the same time, she was confused. She did not know why Duan Ling Tian had suddenly lost his composure. It seems like he does have many women around him. However, why did he lose his composure when I mentioned the women around him? Tang Xiaoxiao could not figure it out. "When I first saw you, you had an unapproachable aura. At that time, I thought you were a cold beauty. I didn't expect you to be so lively under the black veil." After calming down, Duan Ling Tian noticed the atmosphere was a little strange, so he quickly changed the topic. "Lively?" Tang Xiaoxiao was stunned when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. At this moment, she realized something was amiss. She had unknowingly removed her disguise in front of Duan Ling Tian. It had to be known that normally she would only completely remove her disguise in front of her family's ancestor like this. The reason why she disguised herself was to protect herself better. "Xiaoxiao!" Tang Xiaoxiao was still in a daze when a loud voice rang from afar. A group of 3 people was flying toward the interstellar transportation formation. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Tang Xiaoxiao and Duan Ling Tian. The group of 3 people was led by a young man dressed in embroidered robes. A middle-aged man and an old man followed behind him. The voice belonged to the young man dressed in embroidered robes. Swoosh! At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered Tang Xiaoxiao's expression had changed. The smile on Tang Xiaoxiao's face disappeared the moment she heard the young man's voice. It was replaced by a cold expression that seemed to be covered with a layer of frost that kept people away from her. It seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped by a few degrees. "Xiaoxiao, who's he?" The young man dressed in embroidered robes' expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Ling Tian standing next to Tang Xiaoxiao. This was his first time seeing Tang Xiaoxiao so close to a man. Most importantly, the young man dressed in embroidered robes was a stranger. This man was still a new face to him. He was certain the young man was not from Tang's sect. Even if the young man was from Tang's sect, he must be an ordinary disciple. Otherwise, he would have recognized the young man. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered Tang Xiao was staring at him. Not only was the young man dressed in embroidered robes looking at Tang Xiao, but he was also staring at Tang Xiao as though he was warning Tang Xiao about something. Whoosh! Before Duan Lingtian could react, Tang Xiao had already moved closer to Duan Lingtian. She even leaned against Duan Lingtian's side. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered Tang Xiao was not only moving closer to him, but she was also holding his arm affectionately. "He's my man." Tang Xiao looked at the young man dressed in embroidered robes and said calmly, "Swoosh." When the young man dressed in embroidered robes saw Tang Xiao moving closer to Duan Lingtian and holding Duan Lingtian's arm, his expression changed immediately. His expression changed again when he heard Tang Xiao's words. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown at this moment. Was Tang Xiao using him as a shield? Duan Lingtian was familiar with this scene. In his past life, when he was still on Earth, he liked to read online novels in his spare time. Among them, there were quite a number of online novels where women used men as shields to reject their suitors. However, the plot in those novels in his past life was actually happening to him. For this reason, Duan Lingtian felt like he was being used. He could not help but frown. However, in the end, he didn't expose Tang Xiao. "Is he one of your pursuers?" Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission, even though he did not expose Tang Xiao. "No," Tang Xiao replied. Tang Xiao's answer shocked him again. Could it be that he guessed wrong? The young man dressed in embroidered robes was not one of Tang Xiao's pursuers? Tang Xiao. The young man dressed in embroidered robes did not pay any attention to Duan Lingtian at this moment. He completely ignored Duan Lingtian as he stared at Tang Xiao and said in a deep voice, "Don't forget that you're engaged to Brother Yu Ting. Moreover, the sect leader has already made an agreement with Brother Yu Ting's father. When you come out of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, they'll hold a grand engagement ceremony for you." The young man dressed in embroidered robes looked at Tang Xiao warningly when he finished speaking. Engagement ceremony? Tang Xiao's expression changed immediately when she heard the young man dressed in embroidered robes' words. She asked coldly, "Why didn't I know about this?" "The sect leader and Brother Yu Ting's father made an agreement after you entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone," the young man dressed in embroidered robes said. After he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, "Boy, do you know who the woman next to you is? Not only is she the strongest person among the younger generation in Tang sect, but she's also the fiancée of the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. If you don't want to die, you'd better get away from her. Otherwise, not only will the Tang sect not let you go, but the Heavenly Wave Mansion will also make sure you die a graveless death." The young man dressed in embroidered robes said threateningly when he reached the end of his sentence, "As it turns out, you're not Xiao's pursuer." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard the young man's threat. He said indifferently, "I thought based on your reaction when you saw me with Xiao, you must be Xiao's pursuer. I didn't expect you're just a dog of Xiao's pursuer." While the young man was threatening Duan Lingtian also learned the general situation from Tang Xiao's voice transmission. The Skywave Prefecture was a powerful force that was comparable to the Celestial Master sect. Yang Yu Ting, the young mansion master of Skywave Prefecture, had met Tang Xiao a few years ago. He was amazed by her beauty and had pursued her, but Tang Xiao had ignored him. Later, Yang Yuding could only turn to his father, the mansion master of Skywave Mansion, for help. That was how the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion came to propose a marriage. Naturally, Tang Xiaoxiao was unwilling to accept the marriage proposal from the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Her ancestor, one of the 3 tribulation bodiless celestials of the Tang sect, also supported Tang Xiaoxiao. However, the other 2 tribulation bodiless celestials, who were the current sect leader and the supreme elder of the Tang sect, agreed to the marriage proposal of the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. In their opinion, this marriage was beneficial to the Tang sect but not harmful to them. There were no 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Tang sect, so all the decisions were made by the 3 tribulation bodiless celestials. For this reason, even if Tang Xiaoxiao's ancestor disagreed, there was nothing he could do. As the supreme elder of Tang sect, one of the pillars of the Tang sect, he could not fall out with the other 2 pillars of the Tang sect for the sake of a descendant of the Tang sect. He liked this descendant of the Tang sect very much. Chapter 2511. What did you say? The young man's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He glared at Duan Lingtian furiously. You, how dare you call me a dog? Good, very good. This is the first time in my life that I, Tang Jinbao, have been humiliated like this. The young man, Tang Zhenbao, glared at Duan Lingtian with a dark expression before he ordered the 2 men behind him. What are you waiting for? I want this brat dead. I want him dead. Yes, young master. As soon as Tang Zhenbao finished speaking, the middle-aged man and the old man behind him replied in unison. Tang Xiaoxiao's expression darkened again when the 2 men were about to make a move. She said coldly, he's my man. If you dare to make a move, I'll make sure you die a graveless death. You should know I have the ability to do so. Whoosh! Whoosh! The middle-aged man and the old man's expressions changed when they heard Tang Xiaoxiao's threat. At the same time, they quickly withdrew their energy. If the woman in front of them insisted on killing them, they would not be able to live. After all, the woman in front of them was not only the strongest person among the younger generation in Tang sect, but she was also the favorite descendant of one of the supreme elders in Tang sect. Perhaps she was not a match for them, but as long as she spoke, the supreme elder would not let them go. Even if their master was the favorite descendant of one of the supreme elders, he would not necessarily fall out with one of the supreme elders for them. If you don't make a move, I'll make sure you die. If you make a move, I'll protect both of you and arrange for both of you to leave this place. Tang Zhenbao could tell the 2 men behind him were afraid of Tang Xiaoxiao's threat. He could not help but threaten them sternly when he saw the hesitation in the 2 men behind him. These 2 men were his men, after all. However, now that they were threatened by Tang Xiaoxiao, they did not dare to make a move. This was no different from a slap to his face. How could he tolerate this? Whoosh! Whoosh! The middle-aged man and the old man's expressions changed again when they heard Tang Zhenbao's threat. In the end, they could only brace themselves and make a move. Either way, he would die. If they listened to their master's orders, they might be able to escape from the Tang sect and save their lives. You hold her back. I'll go kill that gigolo. After the old man said to the middle-aged man, his eyes immediately locked onto Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he flew out and attacked Duan Lingtian. Miss Xiaoxiao, please excuse me. The middle-aged man nodded and fixed his eyes on Tang Xiaoxiao. At the same time, he dashed toward Tang Xiaoxiao, intending to distract Tang Xiaoxiao so that his companions could kill the man beside Tang Xiaoxiao. 4 tribulation bodiless celestials. As soon as the old man and the middle-aged man made their moves, Duan Lingtian could tell they were 4 tribulation bodiless celestials based on their auras. You're courting death. Tang Xiaoxiao's expression darkened when she saw the 2 people behind Tang Zhenbao dared to make a move. She raised her hand and a dagger appeared in her hand. Wong, wong, wong. As Tang Xiaoxiao infused her energy into the dagger, it began to emit sharp rays of light that seemed to be able to pierce through anything. At the same time, it exuded a terrifying aura. Tang Xiao made her move. Her first target was not the middle-aged man, but the old man who was charging toward Duan Lingtian. Although the old man was a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, his strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, since he was completely focused on Duan Lingtian and was unaware that Tang Xiao had obtained a celestial supreme treasure. For this reason, as soon as he arrived near Duan Lingtian and was about to attack Duan Lingtian, Tang Xiao's dagger was already in front of him. Oh no! By the time the old man reacted and his expression changed drastically, it was already too late. Moreover, Tang Xiao's attack was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if Tang Xiao's attack was only comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, he would still be able to retreat in a wretched manner. However, Tang Xiao's attack was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. An attack comparable to that of a 5th tribulation scattered immortal whistled out. Caught off guard, he had no time to react. Slash! Tang Xiao's dagger pierced the old man's glabella as though it was a rubber ball, killing him instantly. A 4 tribulation bodiless celestial had died in just a blink of an eye. Humph! Tang Xiao's eyes turned cold again after she killed the old man. She raised her hand and threw the dagger out with a mysterious technique. Swoosh! Swoosh! The dagger pierced through the air, heading straight for the middle-aged man who was charging towards her. In fact, when the middle-aged man saw Tang Xiao kill his companion in the blink of an eye, his heart was in turmoil, and his expression changed drastically. He couldn't understand why Tang Xiao killed his companion. How could this woman, whose strength was at most on par with theirs, unleash such a powerful attack? Immortal supreme treasure! When Tang Xiao threw the dagger at him in a mysterious way, he finally found the problem. The dagger that was flying toward him was clearly not an ordinary weapon, but a celestial supreme treasure. Pucci! The moment the middle-aged man discovered that Tang Xiao's dagger was a celestial supreme treasure, the dagger had already pierced through his glabella. The dagger went in from the front of his head and came out from the back of his head. He was killed instantly, following in the footsteps of his companions. In the blink of an eye, 2 4th tribulation loose celestials were killed. Tang Xiao's celestial technique. Not only can it be used in close combat, but it can also be used as a hidden weapon. Just now, Duan Lingtian could also see that Tang Xiao's attacks were usually at the level of a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. It did not matter if it was a close-range attack or a long-distance hidden weapon attack. You obtained a celestial supreme treasure. Tang Bao finally regained his senses when the dagger returned to Tang Xiao's hand. His face paled, but his eyes flashed with greed when he looked at the dagger in Tang Xiao's hand. Let's go! Tang Xiao glanced at Tang Bao coldly before she prepared to leave with Duan Lingtian. If it's inconvenient for you to kill him, I'll do it. However, Duan Lingtian did not move at all in the face of Tang Xiao's concern. His eyes were trained on Tang Bao. Killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Since Tang Bao dared to order someone to kill him, he would have to pay with his life. At this moment, he thought Tang Xiao was inconvenient to kill Tang Bao. I know you really want to kill him, and he deserves to die. However, if you kill him, my ancestor won't be able to lend you the star map. Although Tang Bao isn't his direct descendant, he's still a member of Tang sect. If you kill him, my ancestor will view you as an enemy as well. Tang Xiao said to Duan Lingtian, I'll give you face. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he heard Tang Xiao's words. However, he nodded in the end. However, you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian charged out like a ghost. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian appeared next to Tang Jinbao in just a blink of an eye. His hands moved so fast that they were like shadows. He broke Tang Jinbao's arms and legs and suppressed Tang Jinbao's strength so that he could not use his own strength to relieve the pain. Under such circumstances, Tang Jinbao unsurprisingly let out a scream, like a pig being slaughtered. Tang Jinbao's cultivation base was only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was as weak as an ant in front of Duan Lingtian. It would be easy for Duan Lingtian to torture Tang Jinbao. Let's go. Duan Lingtian ignored Tang Jinbao's murderous gaze and bade farewell to Tang Xiaoxiao. Then he left with Tang Xiaoxiao to look for Tang Xiaoxiao's ancestor to borrow the star map. With his current strength, he could easily kill Tang Jinbao and become an enemy of Tang's sect. He could forcefully snatch the star map from Tang Xiaoxiao's ancestor and escape unscathed. However, since Tang Xiaoxiao was a good person and had helped him in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, he could not bring himself to kill Tang Xiaoxiao's ancestor. I don't care who you are. I want you dead. I want you dead. When Tang Jinbao saw Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao silhouettes, he glared at Duan Lingtian's silhouette and roared furiously. He was so angry that his eyes looked as though they were about to pop out of their sockets. Meanwhile, I'm confident I'll be able to borrow the star map from my ancestor, but you have to promise me one thing. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Duan Lingtian after a moment of silence. Tell me. Duan Lingtian replied. Although he felt that Tang Xiaoxiao's condition was reasonable, he still felt slightly uncomfortable. At the same time, he felt like the distance between them had widened. After all, to a certain extent, he had treated Tang Xiaoxiao as a friend. After you borrow the star map, you have to bring me out of this galaxy. Tang Xiaoxiao stated her condition. That's it. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought Tang Xiaoxiao would take advantage of the situation to ask for the Celestial Supreme Treasure in his possession. However, at this moment he realized he had underestimated Tang Xiaoxiao. He had gauged the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. To him, Tang Xiaoxiao's condition was nothing. It was as easy as lifting a finger. Chapter 2512. That's it. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. From the beginning until the end, she did not notice Duan Lingtian's strange behavior at all. Duan Lingtian. Tang Xiaoxiao seemed to have thought of something, as she said apologetically. I only said that you're my man in front of Tang Jinbao earlier because I wanted to put on a show in front of him. I hope you won't blame me for being rude. It's fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I just find it strange. Since he's not your pursuer, there's no need for you to put on an act in front of him, right? He has a good relationship with Yang Yuting, the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. I only wanted to tell Yang Yuting that I have a man, so he would give up. Tang Xiaoxiao paused for a moment before she said with a wry smile on her face, however, I didn't expect the sect leader and the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion would hold an engagement ceremony for me and Yang Yuting when I came out of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. So you're saying the act you put on with me before was for nothing? Duan Lingtian asked. Something like that. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. A hint of determination flashed in her eyes as she said, however, I won't be engaged to Yang Yuting over my dead body. You seem to dislike Yang Yuting. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and said, the Heavenly Wave Mansion is a force on par with the Celestial Masters sect. They even have a 9 tribulation bodiless, celestial. Otherwise, the Tang sect wouldn't be interested in forming a marriage alliance with them. As the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, he has a high status. Why do you dislike him so much? Duan Lingtian asked. Because that Yang Yuting is a complete hedonistic son of rich parents. Tang Xiaoxiao said with a disgusted expression, I feel disgusted just thinking about what he has done, let alone saying it out loud. Let's not talk about him anymore. After a while, she turned to Duan Lingtian and said, "Let's go and ask the old ancestor for the star chart and leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, the sect leader and the others will stop me when they realize what's going on. If I'm not wrong, that Tang Jinbao must have already gone to look for his ancestor." Tang Xiao's voice became urgent as she spoke. "You want me to take you away to avoid this marriage? Moreover, are you worried that the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial behind Tang Jinbao and the sect leader of Tang sect will stop you?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also realized this. "Yes." Tang Xiao nodded. "Actually, if you really don't want to agree to this marriage, I can help you. The Heavenly Wave Mansion only has 9 tribulation bodiless celestial." Duan Lingtian said calmly. He might be able to fight the 9th tribulation bodiless celestial of Skywave Prefecture to a draw. However, he believed that Skywave Prefecture wouldn't dare to disrespect him as long as he asked for Tang Xiao. After all, in Yanhuang Realm, he was just a lone cultivator with no ties. The Heavenly Wave Prefecture would not dare to offend someone like him. As the saying went, a barefooted man is not afraid of a man with shoes. He could easily avoid the 9th tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Prefecture and attack the others from the Heavenly Wave Prefecture. "I know your strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, so I thought about asking you for help." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tang Xiao sighed and said, "However, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Prefecture is not an ordinary bodiless celestial. He's a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. If he doesn't use his soul attack, you'll be able to fight to a draw at most. However, if he uses his soul attack, how can the soul of an eminent celestial withstand his soul attack?" Tang Xiao voiced out her concerns. She had long thought about Duan Lingtian's words. It would be fine if Duan Lingtian was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Prefecture had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, Duan Lingtian would not be afraid. However, there was a problem. Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial. Perhaps Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial due to his various techniques, but his soul was only at the level of an eminent celestial. Let alone a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. Even a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial would be able to injure Duan Lingtian's soul. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. Duan Lingtian gasped when he heard Tang Xiao's words. In the mundane realm, the people he feared the most were bodiless celestials who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. Previously, when he was still in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he was forced to hide in a heaven-rank treasure vault by a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. At that time, he was already strong enough to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial and even an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, since the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to hide in a heaven-rank treasure vault until Chen Yiru appeared and killed the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique was able to force him into a corner. How could a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique be able to escape? Are you sure? The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique? Duan Lingtian asked solemnly. Yes. Tang Xiao nodded. If that's the case, there's nothing I can do. Duan Lingtian sighed and said, Let's go. Bring me to your ancestor. The Tang sect was located in a galaxy called the Thousand Opportunities Galaxy. Duan Lingtian was currently on planet Shu Tang, the mother planet of the Thousand Opportunities galaxy. The Tang sect's inner court was located on planet Shu Tang. Tang Xiao, Zhao's ancestor, one of the two supreme elders of Tang sect, usually lived in the Tang sect's inner court. As the strongest person among the younger generation in Tang sect, Tang Xiao's face was like a pass to the Tang sect's inner court. For this reason, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao were able to travel freely in the Tang sect's inner court. In a vast mansion, Duan Lingtian met the old ancestor of Tang Xiao's branch. The old ancestor was a kind-looking but shrewd old man. Ancestor. As soon as Tang Xiao landed in the front yard of the mansion, she sat at the stone table opposite the old man who was drinking tea. Girl, it's one thing for you to be rude, but now you're acting so presumptuously in front of an outsider. You're becoming more and more unruly. The old man shook his head helplessly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Then he looked at Tang Xiao and shook his head helplessly. Although the old man seemed helpless, a hint of affection could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Ancestor, he's my friend. He's not an outsider. Tang Xiao smiled before she beckoned to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, come and have a seat. This is my ancestor. He's one of the two supreme elders of Tang sect, Tang Zhong Yi. Greetings, senior. Duan Lingtian nodded at Tang Zhong Yi before he sat down next to Tang Xiao. He did not restrain himself at all. He did not feel awkward in such a situation. Although the old man was strong, he was only an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Tang Zhong Yi frowned when he saw Duan Lingtian acting as casually as Tang Xiao. A hint of displeasure could be seen in his eyes. It was one thing for Tang Xiao to act casually in front of him. After all, Tang Xiao was the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation, and he doted on her dearly. He was confident that he could do whatever he wanted to her. However, how could this purple-clad young man act so casually? As soon as Duan Lingtian appeared, Tang Zhong Yi had probed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base with his divine consciousness. He knew Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial. Girl, how was your trip to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone this time? Although Tang Zhong Yi was displeased with Duan Lingtian, he did not show it on his face. He merely looked at Duan Lingtian and shifted his attention back to Tang Xiao. Forefather, look at this. Tang Xiao raised her hand and placed the dagger she had obtained in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone on the stone table. Then, she looked at Tang Zhong Yi with a smile. This is... Tang Zhong Yi picked up the dagger and looked at it. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "A celestial supreme treasure! You obtained a celestial supreme treasure." Good. When Tang Zhong Yi returned the dagger to Tang Xiao, he couldn't help but chuckle. It was as though he was happier that Tang Xiao had obtained a celestial supreme treasure than him. Girl, your strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial now that you've obtained a celestial supreme treasure. Tang Zhong Yi found Tang Xiao pleasing to the eye. She was indeed the pride of the Tang clan and the strongest person among the younger generation in Tang sect. What a pity! How good would it be if Xiao was a man? Naturally, Tang Zhong Yi did not voice his thoughts out loud. Old ancestor, the sect leader, said that he wants to hold an engagement ceremony for me. Do you know about it? Tang Xiao asked with a solemn expression on her face. I know. Tang Zhong Yi nodded and sighed. Girl, before you returned, I've already made up my mind. If you're unwilling to marry Yang Yuting, I'll send you away. At that time, you can cultivate somewhere else and wait for the celestial ascension force to ascend to a Devata realm. Forefather. Tang Xiao's heart skipped a beat as tears welled up in her eyes. Since you've just returned, I don't think sect leader and the others have heard about this yet. It's not too late for me to send you away now. Tang Zhong Yi rose to his feet as he spoke. Haha! As soon as Tang Zhong Yi rose to his feet, A loud laughter rang from outside. "Xiao Xiao! I heard you obtained a celestial supreme treasure in the Beyond Heaven secret zone." Sect leader. Chapter 25:13. Although Tang Zhongyi was one of the 2 supreme elders of Tang sect and one of the 3 strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestials in Tang sect, if the other 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials made the same decision, it would be difficult for him to change their minds. There was a rule in Tang sect that the minority had to obey the majority. Naturally, this rule only applied to high-ranking officials of Tang sect. If Tang Zhongyi was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial instead of an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, the other 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, the sect leader of Tang sect and the supreme elder, would not dare to object to his decision. Tang Zhongyi would have the final say. Unfortunately, he was not a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, so he could not object to Tang Xiao's decision. After all, this decision was beneficial to Tang sect. Tang Zhongyi had devoted most of his life to the Tang sect, and this time he wanted to send Tang Xiao away for personal gain. However, at this moment, the sect leader of Tang sect had arrived. How did the sect leader get here so quickly? Tang Zhongyi's expression changed drastically as he looked at Tang Xiao with an unwilling expression on his face. If the sect leader of Tang sect was still unaware of Tang Xiao's return, he could have sent her away. However, now that the sect leader of Tang sect knew Tang Xiao had returned, he had personally come to look for her. At this moment, it was almost impossible for him to send Tang Xiao away. He could barely stop the sect leader of Tang sect. However, the supreme elder of Tang sect was on the sect leader of Tang sect side. The supreme elder's strength was not inferior to his. Perhaps it's because I killed Tang Zhenbao's men. Tang Xiao frowned slightly when she heard the sect leader of Tang sect's words. However, her expression remained unchanged. At the same time, she looked at Tang Zhongyi and said through voice transmission, "Old ancestor, I remember hearing you say you have a star chart that covers the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located. Now, I hope you can lend me that star chart." Star chart? Tang Zhongyi was still upset that he didn't have a chance to send Tang Xiao away. Hearing Tang Xiao's voice, he was stunned. When he finally came back to his senses, he couldn't help but ask, "Little girl, what do you want the star chart for?" "Old ancestor, I'm very touched that you said you would send me away before the sect leader knows that I'm back. However, now that the sect leader is here, I'm afraid you won't be able to send me away. However, if I want to leave now, there's still a chance. That chance is to obtain the star chart of the star region that encompasses the galaxy where the flaming yellow star is located. As long as I get the star map, I'll be able to leave the Tang sect." Tang Xiao said, "You'll be able to leave the Tang sect once you get the star map?" Upon hearing Tang Xiao's words, Tang Zhongyi was stunned for a moment before he asked again, "Why?" "Ancestor, don't ask any more, because you'll know very soon. Now, you'd better give me the star map as soon as possible. Sect leader will be here soon," Tang Xiao urged. Although Tang Zhongyi was still very confused when he heard Tang Xiao's anxious tone, he still handed the star chart of the star region that encompassed the galaxy where the flaming yellow star was located to Tang Xiao. "Little girl, why are you still playing games with me at this time? Tell me now." After Tang Zhongyi handed the star chart to Tang Xiao and watched her put it away, he could not help but ask again through voice transmission, "What's the matter?" Just as Tang Xiao was about to reply to Tang Zhongyi, through voice transmission, whoosh, a gust of wind blew past, and a figure appeared in front of the stone table where Duan Lingtian and the others were sitting. What appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes was a middle-aged man wearing a silver robe with golden edges. The middle-aged man had a medium build and a square face. His long hair was tied up in a ponytail. and he had a dignified look on his face. Clearly, he had been in a high position for a long time. He's the sect leader of Tang's sect, Tang Chong? Before arriving at the Tang sect's estate, Duan Lingtian had learned from Tang Xiaoxiao that the sect leader of Tang sect was Tang Chong. He also learned that the sect leader of Tang sect was one of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials in Tang sect. Tang Chong's eyes were trained on Tang Xiaoxiao when he arrived. Lord Sect Leader. Tang Xiaoxiao stood up and bowed respectfully when she saw Tang Chong. She nodded and said, I've indeed obtained a celestial supreme treasure in the beyond heaven's secret zone. Congratulations. Tang Chong congratulated Tang Xiao with a smile on his face. After Tang Xiao thanked him, he turned to Tang Zhongyi and said, Elder Yi, your descendants are really amazing. Not only are they talented, but they're also blessed with great opportunities. You flatter me, sect leader. Tang Zhongyi replied humbly. However, as soon as Tang Zhongyi finished speaking, Tang Chong turned to look at Duan Lingtian, who was still sitting in front of the stone table. His calm gaze turned sharp immediately. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian remained unmoved. It was so much so that when faced with Tang Chong's sharp and blade-like gaze, not only did he have a calm and collected expression, he even unhurriedly extended his hand to grab a teacup for himself and began to pour tea for himself. From the beginning until the end, he completely ignored Tang Chong. Xiao, I heard you say he's your man. Tang Chong asked in a deep voice as he stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. Swoosh! As soon as Tang Chong's words left his mouth, Tang Zhongyi's expression changed. He turned to Tang Xiao in disbelief. He was shocked by Tang Chong's words. Yes. Tang Xiao did not expect the sect leader of Tang's sect would ask her this question as soon as he appeared. However, she braced herself and answered. It seemed like she had no choice but to follow through with her plan. Swoosh! Swoosh! Not only did Tang Chong's expression change drastically upon hearing Tang Xiao's admission, but even Tang Zhongyi's expression changed drastically. Xiao, don't forget you're engaged. Tang Chong looked at Tang Xiao and said in a deep voice, Moreover, I've already discussed this with a person from Heavenly Wave Mansion. After you come out of the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone, we'll hold an engagement ceremony for you and Yang Yuting, the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. What's going on now that you've brought back a brat like him? Tang Chong's voice turned deeper and deeper when he reached the end of his sentence. Sect leader. Tang Xiao said indifferently, I don't want to marry Yang Yuting. I already have someone in my heart. As soon as Tang Xiao finished speaking, she turned to look at Duan Lingtian. As soon as Tang Xiao finished speaking, a thunderous voice rang in the air. A voice filled with ruthlessness seemed to come from all directions and reverberated in his ears like thunder. Sect leader, why are you wasting your breath on this girl? If it were up to me, we should just kill this brat. Along with this voice, a tall and sturdy old man appeared. His face was full of white curly beard, and when paired with his messy white hair, he looked like a white lion. However, as soon as the old man appeared, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with ruthless killing intent. Are you the one who broke my descendant Tang Jinbao's arms and legs and humiliated him? After a few moments, the old man walked up to the stone table and stared at Duan Lingtian coldly as he asked in a questioning tone. Tang Hong? When the old man mentioned Tang Jinbao, Duan Lingtian had already guessed the old man's identity. The other supreme elder of Tang sect, Tang Hong. Tang Jinbao was Tang Hong's descendant. Tang Xiao had mentioned Tang Hong to Duan Lingtian on their way to the Tang sect's inner estate. In the Tang sect, there was Tang Hong, the sect leader of the Tang sect, Tang Chong, and another supreme elder, Tang Zhongyi. He was also an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Although Duan Lingtian knew the old man was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, he remained calm as he sipped his tea. It was as though he was completely immersed in the art of tea. "Ancestor, it's him. Kill him and avenge me." Another voice sounded, followed by the arrival of a figure who had arrived late. This person was none other than Tang Jinbao, whose arms and legs were broken by Duan Lingtian earlier. However, Tang Jinbao's arms and legs that were twisted had already healed, and he appeared by Tang Hong's side in high spirits as he stretched out his hand to point at Duan Lingtian. He had an embarrassed and resentful expression as he gnashed his teeth. It was as though he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into a million pieces. "It seems like the lesson earlier wasn't enough for you." "Shao Shao, I've already given you face earlier. This time I'm sorry." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, before Tang Hong and the others could even react, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. As Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a sword appeared in his hand like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! As soon as the sword appeared, it whistled through the air. It was the imperial sword technique. Duan Lingtian's sword-wielding technique was so fast that Tang Hong and the others could not react in time. However, just as Duan Lingtian's sword was about to reach Tang Jinbao's glabella, it suddenly stopped. Whoosh! A large hand that seemed to be able to blot out the sky and cover the sun seemed to have the help of the gods as it blocked Duan Lingtian's sword and grabbed it tightly. A celestial supreme treasure? The person who grabbed Duan Lingtian's sword was none other than Tang Hong, the supreme elder of Tang sect. As soon as he grabbed the sword, he discovered it was a celestial sword. His eyes lit up immediately like 2 bright stars in the night sky. A celestial supreme treasure. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of sword whistling rang in the air as the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head began to take shape. After the sword formation took shape, the surrounding space shook violently as a mysterious energy wave swept out in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, it shrouded everyone present on the scene. Swoosh! Tang Hong's face went grim because he noticed that the immortal sword he'd grabbed had actually struggled free of his restraints in an instant, and had even injured his hand from the impact. Then he saw the celestial sword in his hand. After the celestial sword broke free, it was attracted by the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head and became a part of the sword formation. When he saw this scene and recalled Duan Lingtian's words, an ominous premonition faintly arose in his heart. Humph! As Duan Lingtian snorted coldly, the sword formation above his head seemed to have come alive in just a blink of an eye. Subsequently, he whistled out like a wisp of smoke, and his target was Tang Hong. Swoosh! 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 The sword formation whistled out like a rain of swords, leaving behind hideous cracks in space. They were like huge black pythons that constantly wriggled their bodies. Boom! Faced with the menacing sword formation, Tang Hong felt that he might not be able to withstand the power contained within it. However, he knew that he had no other choice but to block the menacing sword formation. A loud explosion rang in the air as Tang Hong's energy surged like flames. Please show mercy. At this moment, whether it was Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect, or Tang Zhong He, the other supreme elder of Tang sect, both of them immediately regained their senses. Horror dawned on them as they hastily stopped Duan Lingtian. Boom! Boom! Naturally, they did not only speak to stop Duan Lingtian. At the same time, their energy skyrocketed as well. However, when their energy surged out and they were about to help Tang Hong, Duan Lingtian's sword formation collided with Tang Hong's celestial supreme treasure, the 7-inch flying dagger. At this moment of life and death, Tang Hong did not hold back at all. He gathered all his strength in the flying dagger. Tang Hong's attack was not any weaker than the full force attack of an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial without using a celestial supreme treasure. Whoosh! 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 Numerous sword howls tore through the sky, and it was Duan Ling Tian's sword formation that directly made the 7-inch flying dagger switch sides when it was still a distance away from it, causing the full force strike that Tang Hong had exerted all his effort to execute to instantly vanish into nothingness. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian's attack was not nullified at all. Before Tang Hong could unleash a second wave of attack, the attack had completely engulfed him. Tang Hong's eyes were wide open, and an expression of disbelief could be seen on his face at the moment of his death. Perhaps it was only at the moment of his death that he realized. Using a celestial supreme treasure in front of Duan Ling Tian was equivalent to courting death. Old ancestor! Tang Zhen Bao cried out in grief. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Although he did not see what had happened with his cultivation base, he could clearly see that the old ancestor of the celestial supreme treasure had disappeared. At this moment, the old ancestor's aura was completely gone. In that case, there was only one possibility. His old ancestor was dead. Whoosh! Whoosh! Tang Chong and Tang Zhongyi's expressions changed. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so powerful. In just a blink of an eye, he had killed Tang Hong. It was too late for them to lend a helping hand. Of course, after witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength, they knew very well that they did not have the time to react. Even if they had made a move earlier, and even if they had joined forces with Tang Hong, they would not have been a match for Duan Ling Tian. The celestial method he used completely overpowers the celestial supreme treasure. He snatched the celestial supreme treasure away from us. If the 3 of us used our celestial supreme treasures, it would be equivalent to us not making a move at all. However, if the 3 of us did not use our celestial supreme treasures, it would be impossible for us to block his attack. The attack of his sword formation is no weaker than the full force attack of an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Whether it was Tang Chong or Tang Zhongyi, both of them knew their limits. For this reason, when they looked at Duan Ling Tian again, there was only dread in their eyes. Whoosh! 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 After the sword formation annihilated and killed Tang Hong, it continued to howl towards Tang Jinbao without slowing down in the slightest. Before Tang Jinbao could even react, it had exterminated him. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian finally stopped attacking. After putting away his 2 celestial swords, he held Tang Hong's celestial supreme treasure in his hand. Xiao Xiao! After greeting Tang Xiao Xiao, Duan Ling Tian threw the celestial supreme treasure in his hand to Tang Xiao Xiao. He did not covet the celestial supreme treasure at all. After all, even if he kept the celestial supreme treasure, no one would dare to say anything about it. Tang Xiao Xiao hesitated when she caught the celestial supreme treasure. After all, it was Duan Ling Tian's spoils of war. There was nothing wrong with Duan Ling Tian keeping the celestial supreme treasure. Give it to the sect leader of Tang sect. You fought for this celestial supreme treasure for Tang sect. Now that Tang Hong is dead, he has no reason to force you to marry the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Even if he wants to force you to marry him, he'll have to ask your ancestor for permission. Duan Ling Tian said to Tang Xiao Xiao through voice transmission. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Tang Xiao Xiao finally understood Duan Ling Tian's good intentions. She smiled gratefully at Duan Ling Tian before she handed the celestial supreme treasure in her hand to Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect. Tang Chong's expression changed when he received the celestial supreme treasure. His emotions were complicated. I really didn't expect. Xiao Xiao, the little guy you brought back is so powerful. Tang Zhong, he finally regained his senses. He looked at Tang Xiao Xiao before he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. He could not help but heave a long sigh. At this moment, The resentment he had for Duan Lingtian was completely gone. He knew Duan Lingtian had the confidence to act so casually in front of him. Xiao Xiao, is he really your man? Tang Zhong, he could not help but ask in the end. No. At this moment, Tang Xiao Xiao realized that there was no need for her to lie, because she was no longer in danger to a certain extent. What a pity! What a pity! Chapter 25:15. Tang Zhongyi was not the only one who was disappointed. Even the sect leader of Tang's sect, Tang Chong, was slightly disappointed. When they saw Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, they could not help but feel excited when they thought about Duan Lingtian was Tang Xiaozhao's man. This meant that the Tang sect had established a relationship with someone whose strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. In their opinion, for this expert, he didn't mind offending the Skywave Prefecture. Now that they knew that Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao didn't have that kind of relationship, they were disappointed. Ancestor, what are you talking about? Tang Xiao couldn't help but blush when she heard Tang Zhongyi's disappointed sigh. She was so shy that she looked like a young girl who was about to get married. Girl, since Elder Hong is already dead, you should stay behind. Tang Zhongyi said. Without Tang Hong, with his status in the Tang sect, Tang Xiaoxiao could not marry into the Skywave Prefecture. Moreover, he also believed that, after this battle, whether it was because of Tang Hong's death or because he had witnessed the strength of Tang Xiaozhao's friend, the sect leader of the Tang sect would not force Tang Xiaoxiao to marry into the Skywave Prefecture. Ancestor, I still want to go out for a walk, Tang Xiaoxiao replied. Before I ascend to the Devata realm, I want to spend some time in the mundane realm to relax. Up to you. Hearing Tang Xiao's words, Tang Zhongyi nodded. But before you ascend, try to come back and see me. I will. Tang Xiao nodded. Let's go. At this time, Duan Lingtian called Tang Xiao and prepared to leave. He thought Tang Xiao wouldn't have to leave with him after he killed Tang Hong. To his surprise, Tang Xiao decided to leave. Yes, Tang Xiao acknowledged Duan Lingtian's words and left with him. The star map that Xiao asked me for should be what this Duan Lingtian wants as well. Looking at the backs of Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, Tang Zhongyi faintly guessed this point. Xiao must have reached an agreement with this Duan Lingtian. She will help him get the star map of the star field that includes the star system where the flaming yellow star is located, and he will take her away from the Tang sect. The reason why Tang Zhongyi was able to guess this was because he had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. Elder E. At this moment, Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect, put away the celestial supreme treasure that belonged to Tang Hong that Tang Xiao had given him. He smiled wryly at Tang Zhongyi and said, Let's think of a way to deal with the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Although the Skywave Mansion won't completely fall out with the Tang sect, it'll be a disgrace to the Skywave Mansion if we break the engagement. Even if they don't declare war on the Tang sect, I'm afraid they won't let this matter rest. The wry smile on Tang Chong's face deepened when he finished speaking. Upon hearing Tang Chong's words, Tang Zhongyi realized the seriousness of the matter. His expression turned solemn immediately. Meanwhile, let's go to the star system, near the star system, where the flaming yellow star is located first. Tang Xiao unfolded the star map that she had obtained from Tang Zhongyi and pointed at a star system near the interstellar transportation formation as she spoke to Duan Lingtian. This star system is the closest star system to the star system where the flaming yellow star is located. The star systems around the star system where the flaming yellow star is located are relatively backward and don't have any interstellar transportation formations. We can only travel to the star system where the flaming yellow star is located and head to the star system where the flaming yellow star is located. Tang Xiao continued. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Let's do as you say. I'll follow you. Following that, Duan Lingtian followed Tang Xiaoxiao through dozens of interstellar transportation formations before they finally arrived at their destination. It was the closest interstellar transportation formation to the star system where the flaming yellow star was located. The interstellar transportation formation was located in a star system called the Kost star system. The Kost star system is a star system ruled by technology. The star system we're currently on is the mother planet of the Kost star system, planet Satel. Tang Xiaoxiao explained to Duan Lingtian before they even left the interstellar transportation formation after arriving at the Kost star system's mother planet, planet Satel. Of course, all that I know is from the star map. In the past, I've never heard of the location of this star system. After all, this star system is too far away from the Thousand Opportunity star system where the Tang sect is located. Tang Xiaoxiao said, "The flaming yellow realm is too big. It's not something our Saint Province realm can compare to." Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Of course. Tang Xiaoxiao said, "Your Saint Province realm is just a small, mundane realm. Our Yanhuang realm is a large, mundane realm. In fact, when you ascend to a Devata realm, you'll know what it means to be big. There are a total of 81 Devata realms, and each Devata realm is larger than our Yanhuang realm. Naturally, large mundane realms like our Yanhuang realm are also the closest to Devata realms. After all, the Devata realms also have a boundless starry sky with countless planets, galaxies, and stellar regions." Tang Xiaoxiao continued to explain. Devata realms. Upon hearing Tang Xiaoxiao's words, Duan Lingtian was filled with yearning for the Devata realms. He felt like a country bumpkin who had just entered a city when he came to the Yanhuang realm from the Saint Province realm. However, based on Tang Xiaoxiao's words, it seemed like the Devata realms were even bigger than the Yanhuang realm. Let's go. What we need to do now is to leave planet Satel and the Kost galaxy. We'll travel to the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located. After Tang Xiaoxiao led Duan Lingtian out of the interstellar transportation formation, she took out a star chart and spread it out. According to the markings on the star chart, we still have to pass through 3 galaxies to reach the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located after leaving the Kost galaxy. With your speed, we should be able to reach planet Yanhuang in 3 months if you bring me along. Of course, that's only if you use all your skills and travel at full speed. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Duan Lingtian as she said, "I've taken into account that your speed is comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. If your speed is slower than a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, it'll take you longer." So far, Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. It would take a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial 3 months to travel to the galaxy where planet Yanhuang was located, even though he was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. If they were in the Saint Province realm, this speed would only take a few days. They would be able to travel to the Debussy, subterranean, and the upper province in just a few days. A large mundane realm is so much bigger than a small mundane realm. Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue when he thought of this. Top quality. Top quality. Duan Lingtian was about to bring Tang Xiaoxiao along when a frivolous voice rang in the air. The voice was getting closer and closer to them. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and saw 3 men dressed in suits. 3 young men dressed in suits similar to the suits on Earth were leering at Tang Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to him. Each of them stepped on something similar to a skateboard and flew toward them at an extremely fast speed. Of course, the 3 young men were not using ordinary skateboards. Duan Lingtian extended his divine sense and integrated it into the skateboards of the 3 young men. He immediately probed the internal structure of the skateboards. When he discovered the densely packed capacitors and wires inside, Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb. The technology here has actually reached such a level? Duan Lingtian remembered very clearly. In his previous life, when he was still on Earth, even the structure of the most complex technological products on Earth was far less complicated than this. It was not even 1/10,000th of the structure of the skateboards under the feet of the three young men in front of him. Beep, beep, beep. While Duan Lingtian was shocked by the structure of the skateboards under the feet of the three young men, a red light flashed on the skateboards under the feet of the three young men, and a series of alarms sounded. The skateboards under their feet are commonly seen in galaxies ruled by technology. Humans in galaxies ruled by technology rely on skateboards to fly. Tang Xiao Xiao seemed to have noticed the shock on Duan Lingtian's face. She explained to Duan Lingtian, "Earlier, you must have probed the skateboards under their feet with your divine sense, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't have sounded alarms." "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. At this moment, the depths of Duan Lingtian's heart were filled with shock. Although he had long known that technology and cultivation coexisted in large mundane realms, he could not help but feel shocked when he saw the advanced technology in a large mundane realm. After all, although the technology on Earth in his previous life had advanced to a certain level, it was still inferior to the technology on Earth. However, compared to the technology in front of him, it was far behind. If the technology on Earth developed normally, I'm afraid it would take at least 10,000 years for it to reach this level. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "Boy, how dare a cultivator like you act so presumptuously in our cost galaxy? I think you don't want to live anymore." One of the young men standing on a skateboard glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely as he shouted in a deep voice, "Kill this male cultivator and capture this female cultivator. Come to think of it, I haven't played with a female cultivator for a few years now. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.